right, so we're gonna get ready to start. I know we got a big agenda today. There's a lot to cover, and we're gonna be trying to. I think we set the pace for trying to finish around or close to 4 o'clock approximately. So I think if we start right now, we'd be able to carry that pace and stay on schedule. So I'd like to welcome you all to our low volume road workshop hosted by Good Roads. And my name is Antoine Boucher. I'm the president for the Good Roads on the board of directors. And I'm also Director of Public Works and Engineering for a smaller municipality near North Bay, municipality of East Ferris. This is this year the first time that we actually host this workshop, reaching out to the sector of Ontario that affects many of us. And it's quite amazing because we have a great group of experts that are here today. We got people from all over the province. I think we were even able to get our friends from the south. So from the States, I think we do have Ohio, and then also as far as California, I believe. So that's pretty amazing. Thank you all for doing the trip and being here with us today. So before I begin, I'd like to do and offer an official land acknowledgement. So as we meet here today, we acknowledge the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe people, which include the Ottawa, Ojibwe, the Potawatomi, a nation collectively known as the Three Fire Confederacy. We also acknowledge the Wendat Nation, which is our Huron, which occupied these territories over the mid-17th century. We want to show them our respect for their contribution and recognize their role and the treaty making that are still now in effect. Hundreds of years of treaties were signed, and they were still relevant of today. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to action reminds us of the work that remains to be done as we build a better future for all. So as Good Roads, sorry, I'm just going to step out. So we're expecting the Mayor of Barrie to come in. Once he comes in, then we'll interrupt perhaps the presenters, and then we'll just give him a chance to come and say a little word of welcome. Until he comes in, then we'll just carry on. So for now, if we dive then in the program, I just want to remind you, I think you all know that, if you got cell phones, perhaps even that's for me because I don't think I did, but, turn it on the vibrate or off mode. And I'd like to, especially like on the side, we have in our room beside us various sponsors. So I'd like to say thank you again. If we can just, give them a little applause for coming up and then hosting us and being here today in support of this event. So there will be coffee breaks and lunches that are served in the exhibitor hall. So be sure to visit and network with everyone at the same time. A lot of knowledgeable people there. A special thanks also will go to the Cement Association of Canada, BTT Biodivisions, Walker, Lafarge, Clark Construction for the supply of food and drinks that we're going to be having today. Thank you. Also, EGIS for providing the draw prize at the end of so we have a nice little setup. The folks from Good Roads were showing me, they got this little interactive tool, and then we're going to be using that to do a draw later today, so as we end the workshops. Okay, so I invite you to take also today as a chance to network. It's a great opportunity. I see many faces that I know, some folks from my area, some instructors, some highly qualified people. So it's a great chance to network. I always recommend that. Take the chance. There's a lot of folks here that you can bring knowledge back home as well and share your knowledge. So with this, something that I'm not too good at, but we recommend that if you want to share your today's event pictures, use the social media, and then it's hashtag Good Roads. So you can share some of your comments of today, and we have some followers through that setup and system. When it comes time to questions, we're a big group. We're about 90 people here, and altogether with our folks in the booths and all that, we're about 135 some people. So really good attendance, really good group. So in that sense, I would welcome you to maybe raise your hand. There's going to be 3 mics like this one that are going to be moving around. Some of our staff will be able to maybe bring the mic over to you. Kind of welcome you to, I don't know if we're going to do a full roundtable presentation of who we are, because we're a big group. So perhaps at least, if we don't do that, then maybe just, state your name, where you're from, and let us know who you are a little bit before you proceed with your questions. So now, this is it. I'm done. So I'm gonna welcome our master of ceremony, Guy Godmer. Guy's from the township of Hardy and Cairns. I mean, I got to know Guy about a year ago when he joined the board of directors. And then ever since that day, it's been a blast. We've shared a lot of good stories. Yesterday, we had a little get-together, and then some folks were telling me that Guy is just knowledgeable on so many aspects of things. So all these years of experience paid off. So Guy's our master of ceremony today. So please welcome him today in his role to host and keep everybody in control here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to start off this morning to thank the Cement Association of Canada for providing us with a lovely breakfast this morning. Again, Antoine just said it, a friendly reminder to put your phones on vibrate as we start the program. And if we have any questions at the end of each presentation, please raise your hand and someone will bring a microphone for your questions. Also, please feel free to write a question down on the pad of paper at your table and hand it to Anna at the registration desk for your keynote panel to answer this afternoon. It is now my pleasure to introduce the first presenter of the day. David Anderson is an asset management specialist with over 30 years of experience as a municipal employee and 16 years as a consultant. Dave's municipal work experience includes municipalities at the upper tier, lower tier, and single tier levels. His range of experience includes public works engineering and operations, engineering studies of all types of infrastructure. Dave became the first manager of engineering and infrastructure for the newly formed Haldimand County in the fall of 2000. In 2010, Dave developed a 2-day course that continues to be offered by Good Roads entitled Manage the Road, Not Just the Pavement. He was also a Good Roads Volunteer of the Year Award winner in 2011. Please welcome Mr. Anderson to the stage with the LVR 101 laying the foundation.
Thanks very much.
Do you have a mic?
No.
So, this one?
Can you guys hear me okay if I just talk a little bit loud?
Better use this till probably.
Okay. Thanks very much for the introduction. I'm going to start today with talking about asset management for low volume roads at the 100,000 foot level. Just my range of experience, as was alluded to in the introduction. Thank you very much. I have been in the business for a very long time, and I've got a map here of my work that I've done across Ontario for all types of municipalities, from as small as 4-kilometer road systems to 2,000-kilometer road systems, traffic counts of 1 or 10 up to 50,000 cars a day on some of these roads. So that's a bit about my background. Today we're going to talk about high volume versus low volume asset management. No surprises there. We'll talk about regulations in from an Ontario perspective, low volume road challenges and management considerations and plan implementation, and look at alternatives for road surfaces and adding structure. So in our world, basically everything falls under the asset management umbrella. So some aspect of asset management is in every aspect of what we do, whether it's planning, designing, constructing, maintaining, or building. So we've got to keep that in mind too. What's the same between high and low volume road systems? Just about everything. We have regulatory compliance. It's a big deal. All road systems require a similar set of asset management skills and principles to manage effectively, and all require technical knowledge and system-specific knowledge. You require an evaluation or a rating methodology and a valid audited, I would underscore the word audited, database. So you want to go out there and confirm that that's actually what you have and where it's located, etc. You require an asset management plan, been a regulation in Ontario since late 2017, and all require adequate funding to sustain the asset group. And therein lies the problem, the funding. For most of us anyways. We created a regulation, or a regulation came into effect in December of 2017. It affects every municipality in the province. There's a lot of deliverables or dates that have already passed, and we've met some of those requirements. The biggest challenge now is to meet the requirement for July the 1st, 2025, where we have an asset management plan that includes a level of service measures. And some of your studies, they should have an inherent measure included in them, whether it's an average condition rating, or for bridges, a BCI, or for water and sewer, some average rating that goes with that. So that's going to be a target that you'll want to set and enshrine in your asset management policy. A couple of the key takeaways from the regulation are that the asset management plan has to sustain the condition of assets and maintain the current levels of service. You need an adequate budget to do that. So there is a bit of repetition throughout my presentation, and it's there purposely because we want to harp on a couple of things. The asset management plan has to be approved by the executive lead. It has to be approved by council. And the status on the plan has to be reported on every year. One of the things that the plan says is you got to have a 10-year work plan. So I kind of look at that and go, well, I think, yes, you have to have a 10-year work plan, but I wouldn't be nailing down every road, every treatment that you're going to do on every road for 10 years. I think it's really more important to identify what funding level is going to be required for those 10 years, because you're going to update the condition of the roads, the bridges, the water and sewer many times over that 10-year period. So it's really more important, I think, to have the financial part as part of your plan, that 10-year plan. There we go. So just when you thought it was safe to go back to your office, there's other regulations that affect asset management. There's a whole list here. I'm not going to go through them, but I'm sure everybody here is bumped into many of those as they go through their work life. One of the things that's critical about the asset management plan is that we have to create a plan that's not worst first, which has been traditionally what a lot of municipalities have done. We have to create a plan that considers all the life cycle activities, and then pick the life cycle activities that are the lowest cost activities, given that the condition of the pavement or the road is at the appropriate condition to do those activities. So there's really nothing new in asset management. I would draw your attention to what I've just underlined here. This slide is from 1983, and I think I've seen something similar from Utah Department of Transportation from 1977. And yes, I was working in 1977, so not that I read it then. But what the regulation is really saying is the best spent money is at the top end of the curve. So that's really where we want to focus. If we're at the bottom of the curve, where it's a broken road, it's in poor condition, what condition will it be in next year? It'll still be broken. It says it's a $5 road, but the year after it will still be broken. But if we miss the opportunity at the high end of the curve, the cost increase for those roads, or repairing or remediating those roads, increases, by hundreds of percents, 1, 2, 3, 400%. So we want to ensure that we do the work at the right end of the curve, the high end of the curve. So I've been saying this for quite a few years, and I said it to a number of municipalities, and this was a slide that was, not the slide, but the cartoon was provided by somebody from the finance department. So he actually went along with what I was saying, and bad planning is buying a new saddle for an old horse. So what we really want to do is keep the good roads good and do the right treatment at the right time. What's that look like? Here's our deterioration curve. At that top end of the curve, the low-cost, best return on investment activities are crack sealing, gravel road resurfacing, surface treatment, slurry, microseal, other preservation activities. We get down to that stage where we're still doing a kind of a minor rehabilitation, but we're resurfacing one lift if it's a hot mix road. And then as conditions decrease, and they decrease more rapidly as we age, we get more expensive treatments. So we have a decreasing return on investment and an increasing cost. Some municipalities like to categorize our expenses as operational and capital. And that was traditional. That's a problem. It's a real problem from an asset management perspective, because if you start to think of some of the municipalities that are around the GTA in particular, where you've got all kinds of new subdivisions being built at the same time, they will need resurfaced at about the same time. So if you set an artificial budget limit because so much in operation, so much in capital, you're going to miss the opportunity to do that work at the right time. So looking at this curve and then sliding under our graphic from 1983, you can see everything we're doing. There's nothing new here. We're just trying to reinforce the idea that doing the right treatment at the right time is the best way to manage our business. We have to have a rating methodology too. So how are we evaluating, how are we scoring our road system, or any asset group for that matter? So at the end of it, a lot of times you get one rating that comes out, whether it's a condition index like a PCI or a BCI for bridges or something like that. And if you're making a decision based on that one parameter alone, it may be critically flawed. So try to stay away from that. The inventory manual, which is what I talk about a lot, or other methodology can form part of your municipal asset management system. Just to be clear, an asset management system isn't just the software. Software is part of the system. So we want to have a standardized way of inputting data, collecting data, knowing what the accuracy of the data should be. So really, it doesn't matter what your system is, but you should know and understand your rating methodology that's being used. I think I might have jumped too far there. Here's a number of methodologies that are in use in Ontario. You can see there's a lot of MTO ones. There's a couple at the bottom that are popular in the States, ASTM, and the Pacer manual for gravel roads. Some of the RFPs I see going out these days, they want gravel roads evaluated in accordance with SPO 25 and the inventory manual. There's an inherent problem there. So when you put out the RFPs, be sure and know and understand the methodology. Here's the inherent problem. SPO 25 wants to rate the gravel roads, including washboarding and potholes, etc., which you could do that in the morning, and then the grader comes by and it's not there in the afternoon. The inventory manual really just focuses on the soft spots that you experience during spring breakup, soft spots and frost boils during spring breakup. So that's a much more pragmatic approach, and it says specifically in there, don't rate anything that can be corrected with a grader. So that's just a cautionary note going forward. So as we talk about evaluating gravel roads, that's best done during that spring breakup period. Didn't have much of a winter last year here. So that spring breakup evaluation wasn't really as good as it could have been this year in knowing what the really bad spots are. Those defects that we see are easily disguised during the summer. So if you're evaluating your gravel roads during the summer, after you've touched up the gravel, after you've added calcium chloride and regraded them, guess what? It's going to look pretty good. How's it look in April or March? It's not going to look so good. So we want to identify those areas, and we have technologies now like GPS. We can say this is the bad spot, so then we can add gravel to address those poor areas. Also, for those of us who have been looking at gravel roads for a long time, every gravel road does not respond the same every year. Depends on the winter, depends how it's set in, depends how wet the area was, things like that. So it's important to understand that worst case. The database is required for all road assets. Condition rating is only one data field, as I said earlier. We really want to know a lot of different things. The inventory manual has about 100 data fields that are kind of valid, and you want to keep track of those things. But particularly, we want to know the road width and the platform width, because in Ontario, we have these minimum tolerable standards that do show up in a court case every now and then. Did we meet the minimum tolerable standard for the shoulder width, for the surface width, etc.? We want to know the traffic type, and particularly the amount of trucks that are on the road. We want to know drainage, and we want to know what the future plans are. So any recommendation based on the surface material condition alone is critically flawed. And yes, I have repeated myself. So we have low volume roads and we have lots of issues, and I think looking at the lineup of the speakers for the rest of the day, we're going to deal with a number of the things that we're bringing up in this presentation. Drainage, drainage, and drainage are the three most important things in road construction and road design. Crossfall seems to be a problem on gravel and surface treated roads, and structure for all surface types. We may not have adequate structure, and that becomes a problem. So generally gravel roads for the municipalities that I work with, and you saw my map, I deal with quite a few municipalities that have gravel roads, are critically underfunded, and what remains is badly contaminated. Because about a minute and a half after you put fresh gravel down on the road, you might have farm traffic going onto it, it's dragging other material onto it, so it is contaminated. Geometry is an issue, not just from the width perspective, but from substandard curves that may or may not be appropriately signed. So we want to make sure that if we got a substandard curve, we can't reconstruct it, but we want to have it signed appropriately. There's a myth that floats around out there that in Ontario, according to OREG 23902, that's our minimum maintenance standards, there aren't any standards for Class 6 roads. There are geometric standards. There's response time standards aren't identified in the regulation for clearing snow, et cetera, but there are standards for geometry and width and things like that, regardless of the volume of the road. Thin lift pavements, regardless of the volume of the road, I see that a lot. So you can see on the bottom left picture there, we got thin lift pavement. That's supposed to be 50 mil lift, so we got a quality control or a quality assurance problem going on. Contamination, the top right picture, you can see I've got lumps of clay in my gravel road that's being resurfaced. And then in the bottom right, you can see I've got thin lift gravel road, gravel aggregate application. If I'm putting down aggregate that thin, it's essentially 1 stone thick, it's not going to stay there. It's going to end up at the side of the road. So what money you did put there has been wasted. So we got to get away from doing that. Continuing on, there's a few slides here with low volume road issues. There's a limited database or you're not using software. Few, if any, municipalities have a standard operating procedure. We used to have standard operating procedures up till about 1995 because the Ministry of Transportation told us what the operating procedure was going to do. You'll do this then, you'll follow this manual, and so on. Specifying an incorrect rating methodology. So again, getting back to what I see in RFPs, some municipalities will put an RFP out and they'll say, oh, we want all the roads evaluated in accordance with SPO 24. Here's the problem, SPO 24 is for hot mix asphalt roads. If you've got surface treating gravel, you've got to specify the other different methodologies because every surface type fails differently. So understand that evaluation methodology, and we have to understand materials. If we don't, our business is in roads is civil engineering. It's a play in the dirt, kick the dirt kind of engineering, so we have to understand the failure mechanisms and the materials that go in it. Last of all, funding. That is an issue. Structure is an issue. Half loads should be invoked as conditions dictate, not the calendar. So what we see going on in Ontario, on the right-hand side, I've got a check mark. That's a flip down 5-ton limitation sign. Guess what? They're invoking half loads when the conditions dictate that we should invoke it. Invoking it by calendar, that's what the Highway Traffic Act used to say decades ago. That got removed a long time ago. It's got to be invoked when the conditions warrant it. And you can see from the graph on the bottom left of the picture there that there's a significant difference. Half load is going from 10 tons to 5 tons, but the real load on the road is significantly less, like 15 times less or something like that. Funding is an issue, and how do we get to the funding level? So in here I've got underlined, asset management requires a thorough understanding of the characteristics and condition of infrastructure assets, as well as the service levels expected from them. So we create a program to deal with what we have and outline when the work has got to be done, et cetera. And then finally, I got my other underline, we create a financial plan. All too often what happens in our municipalities is we'll go there and I'll say, oh, you need at least $3 million a year to manage your assets or sustain the condition. And they'll say, well, our budget's only $2 million. Can you make a plan for $2 million? Sure can, but it'll be a plan to fail. So an underfunded plan is a plan to fail. So it should be the assets that dictate and drive what the plan should be and what the funding should be. And I think you have to make it very clear to your councils what the effect of them thinking they're saving money is going to be over time. The effect is you're going to be driving off a cliff because the roads are all going to deteriorate and away you go. So we need realistic, sustainable funding, and we have to determine that on unit costs and improvement types. I create this thing I call the funding window, so the lower end of that is kind of along the lines of a perpetual pavement kind of idea. If I built it right in the first place, I should only have to resurface it, whether it's gravel or surface treated or whatever. So that's a minimum funding level, and then ideally we have to have enough in the budget to reconstruct those roads either every 50 or 75 years. Gravel roads, as I said, are generally underfunded. Here's an example. I just did this in the last month. Is a municipality, I deal with a lot of municipalities. This one's a little bit lighter in some areas, but you can see there's massive increases in unit costs. So when I say the increase is 30 to 40%, that's based on using the same calculation. I haven't changed a thing. All that's changed is the unit costs. And the unit costs have changed significantly. Granular A, a lot of times it's gone from $15 to $30. Earth excavation, same kind of price increase over time. So that significantly increases our costs. So this becomes a challenge. And part of the excavation cost is triggered by the implementation of OREG 40619, excess soils. So we dispose of soils differently and in a more environmental fashion now, but that has a cost impact on the reconstruction. So that reinforces the idea we got to look at different alternatives. So how do we add structure to the road? I know we all like to talk about theoretical stuff and high volume roads and hot mix asphalt, and the reality is only in Canada 40% of the roads have a hard top on them. So gravel roads are very much a part of our existence. The big problem in evaluating a gravel road or understanding it is the wearing course and the structure are one and the same. So when it starts to disappear, you don't really notice it at first until it becomes too late. So that makes it really important to keep track of what material is being applied over time on these gravel roads. So appropriate gravel road management is deceptively expensive if completed correctly. The benchmark, we used to be funded when the province provided grants at 75 mils every 3 years. There's a number of studies from different countries, the States, New Zealand, all around the world that tell you that you're going to have an aggregate loss of somewhere in the 60 to 100 millimeter range in that 3 to 5 year range. So we have to account for that, and that's going to happen. We need to do signage for width and substandard alignment also. Our budgets have to be accurate. One of the problems that we run into is we have inappropriate equipment costs. Some municipalities labor under the misapprehension they can do things cheaper than a contractor. It's probably because they haven't fully accounted for all their costs. So our budget should include that regrading, the calcium, reapplication of gravel, appropriate equipment rates, and we have to account for all of those costs correctly. So this, the photo is from a buddy of mine. It's nowhere in North America. It is from Scotland. But you can see gravel roads have been around for a long time from that picture. Here's just an example of, it's the software I use is the top right, and I'll have to get a little closer to see what I've actually written there. So my 3-year gravel resurfacing is $202,000 and their budget's $30,000. I run into that a lot. So I'll say to them, 3 inches every 3 years, and they'll go, yeah, that's what we're doing. They're putting 3 inches 1 meter wide, or 75 mil, and calling it 3 inches. I'm saying 75 mils across the platform. So we want to use that as a benchmark. In the picture at the bottom, you can see we put a thin lift of gravel down, and what we end up with is loose stone all over the road. The loose stone's going to end up at the side and in the ditch, and now we have earth excavation, which is costing us double. So we're going to clear that stone in the ditch and take it to a landfill site somewhere. So one of the things we have to do when we think about our low volume and particularly gravel roads, and the next part of the discussion will be about that, is the full life cycle cost of the assets. So consider gravel road conversion to a hard surface as an asset management strategy. It's reliant on good information, on structure and drainage. Dimensional information is also very important. Geometry correction requires reconstruction or speed reduction. Advisory signage, we have all kinds of Ontario traffic manuals that tell us what the appropriate signage would be. We can't fix all of those things. So I think we have to deal with major rehabilitations and dealing with the structure and drainage. So none of these things are a new idea. So as I mentioned earlier, there's lots of studies from other agencies and countries. There's a common conclusion that gravel roads are more expensive to maintain. They depend on local materials, equipment, and labor costs. And as I said earlier, the cost comparison should be all inclusive. I have a list here. I won't read them out, but there's a list. I have provided Good Roads with a PDF of this presentation, so that's there for the reading. From our own province in 1978, maybe harping on this theme, nothing's terribly new. We have the inventory manual from 1978, updated in 1991. What it says basically is if a gravel road has greater than 400 AADT, it's a now need for surface, meaning it should have a hardtop surface on it. And in another excerpt from that same manual at the bottom there, you can see that the design standard for a road that's got greater than 200 cars a day has to have some kind of hardtop, like a double surface treatment. So once upon a time, about 24 years ago or so, 23 years ago, we became Haldeman County. I haven't been a municipal person for 17 years, but in the first couple of years of Haldeman County or so, we discovered how expensive gravel roads were. We had about 450 kilometers. The analysis that you see in the bottom left was based on the collection of, we kind of blended together upper tier and lower tier to become a single tier. And we had a lot of gravel roads, 450 kilometers. And they were costing us 50% more on average to maintain than a hard surface road. And that became a bit of a problem because how we were maintaining them by the math and by the dollar value and tonnage or whatever, is we were only putting down 50 mils of gravel every 6 years. So that's insufficient to maintain them. On the right-hand side of the picture there, I've got output of a performance model I created. So it's the same road section. I reconstructed the same road section, the same dimensional information. The only difference is I put double surface treatment on one and I left the other as gravel. And you can see over that 50-year life cycle that I got about a 50% increase cost for that gravel road rather than the surface treated road. So I think we got to keep these things in mind. Use your own specific unit costs, make sure they're accurate, but make those decisions. So one of the treatments that I recommend for low volume roads is what we call basin surface, and it adds 300 mils of gravel, corrects some drainage. You got to have the right width there to start with. You can also use that treatment on a lower volume road that's got a hard top, just pulverize it first and then add the 300 mils of gravel. And we should have adequate shoulder and surface widths to do that. Once we do our basin surface treatment, the road will still not be a full load because that same low volume road, if I was designing it from the design standard or reconstruction standard, would probably have at least 450 to 500 millimeters of gravel and a top on it. So we're only putting down 300, so we got to accept that that's not going to perform the same or last as long. So we can't make it a full load road. When we do our road rehabilitations, we have to understand what the effect on the asset is. And this is from one of the appendices of reports that I write, but basically I'm saying a basin surface will only take us up to a 90. It's not bringing us back to 100, and that works well from a performance modeling perspective. How do we do this within our departments if our budgets are limited? Well, we got to talk to each other. Engineering and operations have to talk to each other. And the way to execute this, and as far back as the 1990s in Delhi, I was the director of works in Delhi. What we used to do was target roads for conversion. And we would do the ditching in year one, and we'd do the additional gravel in year two. And if it looked like a success story the following spring and it didn't break up, that would be the year we put a surface treatment on it. So we have to integrate those operations as best we can, optimize and maximize the funding that we do have to convert those roads to hardtop and then reduce our overall operating costs. This is just a bit of a flow chart or a decision matrix or whatever that I created to try and help myself, I guess, at first, because that's when I created it, when I was working for municipalities, to make a decision about how are we going to convert these roads. So we want to know if we have structure and we have drainage and then so on. We have width, and you can set your target traffic for any target you want. If it's less than 100 or more than 100 rather, or 400 or whatever you want. But you can use something like this to make a decision about which roads should become your conversion candidates. There is a hazard to this. There's a lot of ladies in the audience, so critical male failure number 1, what is it? We don't read the instructions. So, yeah, I know. I'm old enough I can admit it. But anyways, that's what happens is we get recommendations, and all everybody sees is make it a hard top. And that's not what we want to do. So gravel bases with poor structure and drainage are not conversion candidates. The response has been to discredit the surface materials when these failures occur. I have a slide coming up that exacerbates this or goes on about it a bit. This is a huge problem. Hot mix asphalt will perform as specified. Surface treatment will perform as specified. Both are very good products. Earlier this year, on the top right, we saw this headline that says, residents want an atrocious gravel road resurfaced. The mayor says it's not that simple. The mayor is right. Underneath that, we have a line that says budget-friendly tar and chip road treatments had fallen out of favor. That is 100% wrong. I'm not sure how that made it in there, but I would say to you that is 100% wrong. Getting back to my story about us guys not reading the instructions, the video on the left is a low volume road. It was gravel. The recommended treatment was BS, basin surface. That's the acronym, I know it sounds bad. But basin surface tolerable. And what you can see here is all they read was surface. So they put a surface on this poorly performing gravel road. It was mostly silt and clay, but it's very poorly performing. And you can see as it goes through the video, it performs less well on the parts where we don't have any drainage. So it's really blown up. It's a spring breakup a couple of years ago. And then where we got a bit better ditching as we go down, it's not as blown up. And then further down the road where we get the ditching, we lose the ditching again. So it really just drives home the need for appropriate drainage. Gravel road conversions can be completed successfully. There are no mysteries. You need drainage and you need structure. You have funding, you need it. You need a plan with council buy-in. You need to restore the drainage and the structure. Yes, I'm repetitive, but those are two common problems. Up until the last couple of years, I was looking at 4,000 to 5,000 kilometers a year of roads, and I can tell you that drainage and structure seem to be mysteries. They shouldn't be a big mystery. We need drainage. If we don't have drainage, all is lost. We need to confirm the width and install that signage. So, kudos to Haldimand County. By the end of, so I talked about Haldimand a little earlier, but by the end of next week, they will have no gravel roads. So it took 20 odd years, but they've successfully converted them to hardtop. James had asked me to add some information about how they did this. So the process evolved over the years. Surface might be surface treatment or hot mix, and what they've done is they've supplemented or used cold recycle mix to offset the need for virgin granular. In this case, it's a OPS 309 modified. It's 100% wrap. And it's applied. It has a granular base equivalent of 1.8 to 1.9. So basically, if I put down 100 millimeters of this, it's the same as 180 millimeters of gravel. So instead of putting down 300 millimeters of gravel, I need to only add maybe 4 inches or 120 millimeters, and then put the cold in place on cold recycled mix on top, and of course improve the drainage. Thanks for the photos from Walker Industries, but here's the train that does it. We deliver the material. You could mix the material in a plant, but then the binder, you might have a problem with it setting up if it's a long haul to the site. So what this Midland paver does, and I have a slide showing up, it's different from a regular paver, but we deliver the material to the paver, it goes into the hopper, it goes through the paver, and then in the paver, the emulsion is injected and it's mixed in with this pug mill that's in the paver. So it gets placed the same as hot mix asphalt, etc. 100% wrap, so that's great. We're recycling, we're reducing our demand on virgin material. Also, kudos to the Township of Uxbridge. They had approximately 125 kilometers of gravel roads in the late 1990s, and approximately only 40 kilometers are left. as of 2023, so an 85-kilometer reduction. The load restrictions are well managed in Uxbridge, I will tell you that. I've looked at that system probably over a dozen times in the last 17 years. Process involves the addition of 2 150 mil lifts of granular A over a 2-year period. If the road is swampy or an unstable base, there's a geotextile or a geogrid placed over that area before the granular is put on. And so they do the 2 lifts of granular, and then they do a SAMI treatment. So it's a double surface treatment with a slurry seal wearing course. There's at least 2 contractors in Ontario that can provide a SAMI treatment for you. Double surface treatment, in this case, has a coarser base layer and a finer top layer. The binder is a polymer modified emulsion, and then the slurry is placed on top. Just a little, this isn't from Uxbridge, but this was provided by the Miller Group. Thank you very much. And you can see here we're placing emulsion, geotextile, and placing the aggregate, and then there's another single surface treatment goes on top of that, and then a slurry seal. And this was an award-winning process from Orba a few years ago. I can't remember the date. I'm sure the Miller Group can tell you the date. So moving forward, Good Roads offers a multitude of courses appropriate to manage assets and understand materials. They have the week and 2-week courses, the Scott Mackay Bituminous Soils and Concrete Technology courses. There's Guelph Road School. Another course, Manage the Road, not just the pavement. The title says it all. And the exhibition here at the workshop has a wide variety of contractors, equipment, and material providers where you can get additional information. So I think we want to use that internet and stay connected for evolving materials and products to reduce your pavement management costs. Getting good aggregate can be a challenge. It's really prohibitively difficult now to create a new aggregate source. So we want to reduce, reuse, recycle as much as we can. And we want to consider stabilizing and rejuvenation products for existing granular bases or even native soils in conjunction with the recycled materials to add structure at the lesser cost, because we're not going to get that 30 to 40% increase from council. We're going to have to find different ways to add structure. So your rejuvenation and stabilizing agents can be chemical, cementitious, bituminous, or resin-based. And I think you'll see presentations today about these things, and we've got booths with people that'll be more than happy to share that information with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Oh, 1 minute. I got a goodie bag for you.
Oh,
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dave, for the presentation. Moving on to our next keynote speaker of the day. He's from Northern California. Dr. Stephan Louw is a researcher at the University of California Pavement Research Center at the UC Davis. His main focus is on pavement recycling, and he is working with Dr. David Jones to assist cities and counties in California to improve their low-volume road network. Here to discuss performance of the gravel roads based on gradation of material on the road and chemical treatments to control performance is Dr. Louw. Thank you.
Thank you. Morning, everyone. By show of hands, who here manages an unpaved road? No one? Who has, can you hear me?
I was having trouble, sorry.
Sorry. Who here manages an unpaved road? Good. Who has heard of balanced mix design for asphalt roads? A few of you. Well, I'm here today to show you how we can use the same approach for unpaved roads. So in this photo, as you can see, for gravel roads, the surface condition changes often. I'm here to show you, or to understand today, what drives those changes. So here's the outline of my presentation today. Even though we're talking today about chemical treatments, we're going to spend some time talking about the material we use for gravel roads, because treating bad roads or treating bad material is throwing good money after bad. So we'll spend some time looking at material properties. So we all know that unpaved roads are economically important. We all have interacted and consumed products today that have at one point in its life cycle been transported on a gravel road. The art of unpaved road engineering has been lost with a focus on paved road aggregates, on paved roads. There's a wrong belief out there that aggregates for paved roads is good enough for unpaved roads. It is not. And this has caused issues with safety, sustainability, and management issues. So what are your options for unpaved roads? Well, you can either upgrade it to a paved standard. You can rehabilitate it with either regraveling or reshaping it, preserve the fines through dust control, or stabilize it or waterproof it. I'll be focusing today primarily on rehabilitation and preservation of fines. So another question: who believes this is a good unpaved road? That's one answer. Well, this is what I know as a good unpaved road: tight surface, compact, minimal material loss, and you know it's good if you can skateboard on it. So again, we use chemical treatments to keep a good road good. So let's look at our unpaved road materials. Someone has looked at this pile of aggregates and decided it's not good enough. What method did they use to decide that? Well, we use two methods to evaluate materials. The first is gradation. Gradation is an important parameter, well, to understand the aggregate interlock. The best aggregate interlock is when you have the right ratio between coarse, intermediate, and fine particles. For this, we define the coarse aggregates as your aggregates between the 26.5 and the 4.75 millimeter serve, intermediate as the 4.75 to 2.36, and our fine particles as smaller than 2.36 millimeters. The next property we look at is clay content. Now, there's two ways to measure clay content. The first is cohesion, where you use your attribute limits to measure your liquid limit, your plastic limit, and you determine your plasticity index. The next is the bar linear shrinkage. This is a very simple test where you use the same material you would have used for your attribute limits, you prepare it to your liquid limit, mold it into the straw, dry it back, measure the shrinkage, and this gives you an indication of your clay content. Now, why is some clay, I want to emphasize some clay in this, given what Dave has said. It's the glue and the binder that holds everything together in our road. With sufficient clay, this will keep your material together. I do want to emphasize, when you use plasticity, you want to use your weighted plasticity by weighting it to the 0.04 to 5 sieve. And that's why we prefer the linear bar shrinkage, because it is able to measure your finer resolution of that plasticity in your materials. So we have all seen a test report for aggregates. This one shows the sieve analysis, attribute limits, and the fracture count for two aggregate sources. So let's focus on what most specifications require, which is the sieve analysis and attribute limits. This material, as you can see, is non-plastic, and there's the gradation. How do we know what this means, or how it will perform? Well, one way to do that is to read specifications. So here's the US federal specifications from the Forestry Service and the FHWA. So we can look this up and read it. And also, I've included the Ontario specifications, the Ontario Provisional Standard specifications, but we need to read these and apply them. If we don't read standards, well, things go wrong. So up here, I am comparing, I'm providing the results of the specifications for the FHWA and the Forest Service. These are both federal documents, so they must be right? Can you tell me which one of these will perform the best? So without any performance specification behind these are just guidelines for what you have to do to build a road. Let's include the Ontario specifications. based on our reading, we think it's the granular M that they use on the surface, but after seeing this morning presentation, I think it's granular A. But we use granular M in this presentation. As you can see here, each one of these specifications have a white band on degradation. So you can ask yourself, will any gradation that fits within this band perform adequately? Does this mean it will perform well? So let's add some value to these specifications. Let's see how they perform. To go back to our example, the way we propose that is simply to look at our coarse sieve, our intermediate sieve, and our fine sieve to get an idea of our gradation. Next, we look at our plasticity index and our 0.0425, so we get an idea of the shrinkage plasticity, the shrinkage product of the material. So we test for these things, so we don't guess. So let's see what we can do with these numbers. So we replace the grading envelopes in specifications with a grading coefficient. This is simply a ratio of the coarse, intermediate, and fine particles. Simple equation that you can use to calculate the grading coefficient. And we target a value between 15 and 35. I will get back to these target values. The next is plasticity index, is the shrinkage product. So we replace the PI that is required specifications with simply a shrinkage product. Again, we use the weighted plasticity or the bar linear shrinkage, simple equation to calculate the shrinkage product. And we're targeting values between 100 and 365, or preferably 100 and 240. Again, I'll get back to these numbers in a second. So here is the balanced mix design approach for unpaved roads that we recommend. That is supported by a performance-based specification. Again, for degradation, we recommend a maximum size of 30 millimeters, a gravel coefficient between 15 and 35, a weighted clay factor between 100 and 365, or ideally 240, and then a minimum CBR of 15. We highly recommend that you calibrate these for your local conditions, climate, construction methods. It will always depend on construction and maintenance quality. This is not rocket science. This is simply rocks with simple arithmetic. It's not difficult to do. So again, calibrate for local use. Here you can see climates from dry climates to damp climates and cold climates. We recommend that you take these numbers but adjust them for your area. So let's bring some value to this, to the specifications. So in order to do this, we simply plot the shrinkage product against the grading coefficient to get the expected performance. Here we are balancing plasticity and gradation. So on the y-axis, we have shrinkage product. X-axis, we have grading coefficient. The shrinkage product will increase as you increase plasticity, and the grading coefficient will increase as you increase coarseness and gappiness in your material. We include our recommended values for the two parameters, and here we can see the performance. Now, this has been developed based on over 110 field projects in over 40 countries. It is well supported, it's proven technology, and it works. So we can include that 240 barrier to distinguish between really good and good but dusty performance. Remember the example that I showed? If you can see at the bottom, there's a little orange square that popped up. That's where that road will have performed. The surface condition will be washboarding and raveling. So let's look at what typical projects, what the surface condition, or what a road looks like that plots within these various boxes. So there's a good road. You can see minimal material loss, surface is intact. There's a good but dusty road. It's still pretty good. There's just some dust being kicked up by the vehicles. Next, we have a slippery and dusty road. This seems to be a problem if you have that you guys have here at times. It's slippery when wet and it's dusty when it's dry. This is a problem in more drier climates where you have not enough clay in your material, so it washboards and ravels. Next, we have an erodible surface. There's too many fines in your materials, not enough coarse material to provide a structure. And then raveling, there's not enough fine and intermediate in your gradation, so it's going to be raveling and you can have material loss. So potholes. We did not see this in our chart. What causes potholes? Well, is caused by shape and drainage. If you have the incorrect shape and you have no drainage, the water will sit on your surface, soften your material, and the vehicles kick it up. Next, we have rutting. What causes rutting? Well, if you have the incorrect shape, compaction, and thickness. Again, water sits on your surface. For compaction, without enough compaction, your wearing course densifies, causing rutting. Or thickness, causing subgrade rutting, surface ruts, and you have water sitting on your surface, and it just propagates the problem. So how do these specifications that I mentioned earlier, how do they predict? Up here, I am showing the FHWA specification, the Forestry Service, and Ontario specification. Using the specifications, we can calculate a range of different grading coefficients and single products. Because this is a band, I can only calculate these theoretical values. If I had a fixed gradation, I can tell you exactly how that one will perform. So let's look at a low, mid, high, and a worst case scenario for these different performances. So here are the results. So what do these look like? So all of the ones that have a circle around them, they fall outside of our recommended specifications. So what does this look like in terms of performance? So here we can see how the FHWA specification performs. It has a really wide prediction range, from slippery to dusty, washboarding and gravel, and only the mid-range gradation shows good performance. Next, we have the general use specification for the Forestry Service. As you can see, it predominantly ravels and washboarding and gravel. We know this because on the front cover of the specification for the Forestry Service, they show a road that is raveling. Next, we have the whole roads for Forestry Service. Again, there's some raveling. The mid-range shows good performance, but on the low range and the high range, we are seeing washboarding and ravel. And then the Ontario specifications, because of the lack of clay in the material, we are showing washboarding and gravel in terms of performance. So what does this all come down to? Well, these specifications all show that washboarding and gravel is an acceptable result in your road. That's not okay. It's hard to maintain. It's unsafe to drive on. The Forestry Service shows that raveling is a fine result, and the FHWA shows that slippery and dusty is an acceptable road condition. So don't always blame the contractor. Sometimes it is the specifications result that is incorrect. So we developed blending. We developed some tools to assist with blending and chemical treatments. Two wrongs don't make a right, but two wrongs can make a right. If we combine the material from that slippery and dusty road with the material that's washboarding and gravel, we can introduce that fines and clay needed in the washboarding road to produce a really good road. So here's an idea of how you can fix your surface condition if you have various conditions. If you have a slippery and dusty road, you add coarse material. If you have an erodible road, you add coarse and intermediate materials. For washboarding and gravel condition, add fines and clay. When it's ravels, add fines in the intermediate. It is that simple. We don't have a fixed gradation. We are looking at this performance criteria as our specification. So we've developed this web-based tool. It's free to use. It's really simple. There's a link on the front page that you can access that links to the guidelines that Dr. David Jones has written for FSWA. It's a coded manual procedure with a simple user interface. It determines the proportion that each layer in your pavement will contribute to the target thickness as a percentage. So in this tool, you input your pavement structure, your different layers on your surface over the subgrade. You can import different materials. You have a library that you can access based on your local materials that you have available. And then you can specify your blend depths to look at what point will you have a good product. It also recommends layer thicknesses to ensure that you account for your traffic and traffic loading. And in end result, it provides you a predicted performance of your blended materials. So you can see here some of the basic things it includes. There's 3 layers plus a subgrade for your pavement structure. You can have up to 3 materials in your blend. There's a user-defined materials library. And then lastly, there's a blend verification where after you have blended your materials, you can run your gradation and attribute or your plasticity determination and look at where your actual blended material will predict. Then lastly, rubbish in, rubbish out. If you don't use actual test results and actual layer thicknesses, the tool will mean nothing, like any other software out there. So we highly recommend forensics, going out, sampling, doing DCP testing, layer thicknesses, etc., and using that for your tool. So finally, let's get into the chemical treatments. So there are, in the presentation, we're looking at 2 different treatments, fines retention, dust control, and as well as stabilization. So for fines retention, you can either use water with surfactants, or you can use water-absorbing chemicals like calcium chlorides. You can use organic petroleum products or organic petroleum products. For strength, again, organic petroleums, polymers, or liquid stabilizers. So how do you choose these products? Which one do you know will work for you based on your conditions, your treatment, your material? Again, we developed another tool to help you with that selection. Again, this tool provides a link to the guidelines that is worth a read. The chemical selection treatment tool, as well as the blending tool, encapsulates basically what is written in this guideline. And we recommend that you use those together because, again, but if you don't have the right material, you are throwing good money after bad by treating bad material. So what does this tool look like? It's a really simple interface. There's a few fields that ask for raw details for your logging purposes, the properties of material that you're going to treat and how it predicts. Your objective, whether you are doing a short-term dust control treatment, that's a spray-on, or a long-term fines preservation, again, spray-on treatment, or a long-term preservation, that's a mix-in, or a long-term stabilization, that's a mix-in treatment. You can input your traffic if you have low traffic or higher traffic, if you have a lot of trucks on your roads, your climate, whether you have a dry, damp, or wet climate, and then your geometry. Do you have steep grades or sharp curves? And lastly, we run the tool. So what the tool will give you, the tool will give you ratings and a ranking of the chemicals. Now, the ratings look at how the evaluation parameters affect the chemical treatment. The evaluation parameters, as you can see on the bottom left corner, is the traffic, your plasticity, your fines content, the trucks, your steep curves, sharp grades. So you can, if it has a rating of 1, those evaluation parameters will have minimal effect on the chemical treatment. If it has a rating of 2, it shows a warning. The evaluation parameters will start to affect the chemical treatment's effectiveness. And then lastly, if it is a rating of 3, the parameters will have a significant effect on your chemical treatment success. And lastly, the ranking, it just ranks the chemical treatments. The chemical treatments are ranked in alphabetical order. It's not the top one's the best. There's just, you can choose any of the ones that have a ranking of 1, and it'll work. And it's a similar concept. If it has a ranking of 1, then it just shows that the parameters will have a minimal effect on that treatment success. So let's look at Ontario's gravel AMS specification. In this case, again, the material washboards and ravels, that's what the prediction shows. And we can see that if we try to use a long-term fines preservation treatment, that's a spray-on, with low traffic in a damp climate, we can see that plasticity is our biggest problem. Without any clay in the material, no treatment will work really well. By fixing that plasticity, and introducing that glue in the material, we can improve the success of a lot of different chemical treatments. So again, it's a really simple tool. It's easy to use, versatile. So conclusions. We all know that it sounds like here especially that unpaved roads are managed with a very constrained budget, but with high user expectations. Using this performance-based sophistication can reduce maintenance and extend regraveling intervals. This is proven, it's well documented, but it is difficult to source good unpaved road wearing course materials from commercial sources. And that is why we look at we can show that this tool, with this tool, it's relatively easy to blend supplemental aggregates to meet this performance specification that we recommend. So adopting an engineered unpaved road management strategy will be most cost effective. And lastly, it's a proven technology. Give it a try. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Louw, for your presentation. Much appreciated. Okay, we have time for one more presentation before we head into the morning break. No Canadian road workshop would be complete without focusing on winter maintenance. Warren Nicholishen is the president of the Roadway Management Services and senior roadway management consultant with the TNS Group and has more than 36 years of public sector experience. Warren is going to show us what we can do with all 4 seasons to protect our investment. Welcome, Warren.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me? Great. Well, as Dave said, he gave his asset management presentation. He's at the 1,000 foot mark. I'm going to bring it down to about the 100-foot mark for you. A little bit more practical. We've had some 2 really technical, excellent presentations leading into this one. So I'm going to bring it down and hopefully deal with mostly winter maintenance. And before I fall off here, do we have anybody that's operated a grader in the room? Okay. Just a precursor. I've worked for very big municipalities and very small municipalities at every job capacity. And if you take, at random, 10 grader operators, there are 2. Please don't let near a grader cockpit. Please. Then there's 6 that are willing to do it, willing to try it, willing to learn, but they're still on the left side of the bell curve and could be years before they reach the top. Okay? May not know everything. Then there's 2 grader operators that when they want to go and retire, you go to council and try and get them more money to keep them a few more years until you retire. Does that make sense? Good. Okay, I got that footnote out of the way. So, let's jump in. So, the maintenance of low volume roads. To discuss how to maintain and to what level of service. Quickly on that note, as I've talked to a few people already, if you're a smaller municipality, and maybe not quite as progressive as you'd like, please make sure that you do have a level of service document and that your service levels aren't part of your bylaw system. Okay? Because if they are in your bylaw system, you will never achieve it, and you're putting yourself in a huge liability risk issue. Okay? So you got to get those service levels for these low volume roads out of bylaws. You will never reach that service level. Managing the low volume roads. Good practices. These aren't best practices, but these are good practices and they're proven. And they're basics. Considerations for these low volume roads, long-term sustainability, and we'll talk about a little bit of resource availability, funding, equipment, competencies, meaning staffing and their abilities. So when we talk about an abstract, they play a crucial role in our communities from an economic and social development impacts, linking those communities to markets, education, and essential services. Just very quickly on that note, I was in one small community and I seemed to be having debates all the time with the urban people about providing services to the rural. Okay, so the discussion goes, why are you giving them a level of service? Okay, so there's 2 farms on a 1 kilometer dead end road. They have their liability, right? Whoops. They have their taxes to pay. They have their children to put to school. And they may be into crops, they may be into livestock, or they may be into dairy. The point is their equipment has to get in and out at any given time. Okay? It is my understanding that milk trucks usually do 2 runs a day. Okay? Whether it's a tandem axle milk truck carrying 7,000 liters or a tractor trailer carrying 28,000 liters. That's a local economy. That's why these roads are important. Do not forget about them. The good information we just heard, make sure those roads are maintained. And we want to make sure that the long-term forecast has an approach that targets the road as being sustainable. And manage those roads and those routes, as we'll talk about later, through targeting the above objectives. And this will allow us to invest wisely, as David mentioned, especially when it comes to life cycle. Okay. Gentlemen? There. Okay, so I took this out of that famous document we're all familiar with, the MMS. So what are we looking at? Well, when I talked to James initially, it was 1,000 ADTs and under. So look where our 4s and 5s and, well, sort of 6s. 6s will not appear past the first page in the MMS. When we talk about service levels, we're just expected to incorporate them as the same as a 5. Okay, and I do know of some municipalities are risking it. They're taking a big risk by saying, we're not going to follow our patrol records on that. We'll hit it maybe once every 2 months. I strongly encourage that colleague of mine not to do that. Again, it goes back to a local economy and, as Dave mentioned, an asset management. Okay, so this is basically what we're looking at. I doubt if we have too many that are up in the 100 kilometer an hour or even 81 to 90. So we're kind of more pushing towards the right. The maintenance of low volume roads requires that balanced approach through the 4 seasons. What we do in the spring, fall, summer will affect how our winter goes. Okay? And on the grander scheme, anybody that's had to do any involvement with a budget in pretty much every part of Ontario realizes that if we take our full budget, our winter season might last 4 months, but yet conservatively we're using 70% of our budget for maybe 4 months of activity. That's how important it is. Each season will bring its own set of characteristics. Rain, snow, frost, winds, cloud cover, temperature fluctuations, heat transfer, thermodynamics. As it was mentioned earlier, what's under the road will have a lot to do. What that infrastructure is, how close is the water table. And pretty much most of Ontario, you don't go down too far and you're going to hit clay. And we know what clay does with water, right? Bounces it right back up. Low volume road surfaces are structurally different. And the varying climate conditions, microclimates, will react with surfaces with different behaviors. And they're going to require more maintenance. That's just a fact. Meaning, how suitable is your equipment? How much of a financial commitment do you have from the higher ups, from council? and staff training. Remember this little anecdote I told you about grader operators? User safety and long-term level of service plan. Does it address how to maintain that road? You can see some roads here, low volume obviously. The top one, it's starting to blow apart. It's been forgotten. It looks like there's been no plan to resurface it with a slurry seal or a chip seal. You can see how it's starting to erode. It's been forgotten. The last two are from a municipality I worked at. You can see the school bus. Now what happened here was there was a flash freeze, okay? The plow did go over, but it was more of a plowing operation than a spreading operation. Okay, it was in the shoulder season. The road wasn't properly maintained, and off the school bus went. Why? Because that meter off the shoulder was too soft, and it wasn't looked after properly. Same thing at a different municipality I was at. I got to this one place that had a small urban and a bigger rural part. It was later in my career, and I don't know how, but the operators in the north part needed a complete retraining. In one shoulder season, I had 4 plow operators go over. That one stayed upright, the other 3 went over. Well, it goes back to what happened in the summer. Okay, how was that road maintained? Was it structurally sound? We talked about width. The MMS says in the wintertime for a class 5 road, in old 6, we needed to keep 5 meters wide open. Everything above that was 6 meters, 3 meters per lane. This road was not properly maintained. The shoulders were not nearly to the strength. The road was not to the width it needed to be at. Okay. So now we've set the level of service back because the plow operator goes over. Okay. Clear sight lines is a big thing. Are we getting that bush hammered back to allow the runoff from the rains, from the spring runoff? Very important. Are we keeping that brush down? And by controlling that, we're also controlling any kind of invasive species plants from multiplying. And the big one right now is Phragmites, which has taken over our ditching and most of our water courses. Again, creating its own set of problems. The grader. Okay, so here's where one instance, again, going back to the anecdote I gave you. I had one in the middle, one of those operators in the middle, and he kept pleading and kept pleading, Warren, I need another tandem of granular A. Well, why do you need a tandem of granular A? Well, I got a road full of potholes, was the reply. Okay. Does anybody here, I hope we all realize that putting 75 millimeters or whatever it is of granular A over an existing pothole, is that going to save us from the pothole by just doing a grade over? No. Shake your head. Good. No, it's not. Okay? The proper technique here is to grade it out first. Grade the pothole out. Okay, if you put loose material over a hole, is it going to sustain the first tire that goes over it? No, the tire's going to displace that material. You basically have to recreate it. And one of the points you're going to hear me say is that not only are you going to take it out physically, in the process of doing that, you're going to have to reestablish the crown of the road. The crown is what it's all about on a gravel road. Okay, bad road, lots of potholes, for whatever reason. what's underneath the base, rains, drainage, could be anything. Now we set the grader down and we grade it out. If we need to add more granular A, we do that. If we run tires over it or a roller and maybe get some a little extra compaction. Okay? But that's the correct method. Okay? If you're throwing a truckload or 2 truckloads of granular A before you've graded it out, you're probably spending what? $20, $30 a ton, depending on where you are. You're throwing good money after bad. So again, I'm not going to get too much down the direction of the last 2 gentlemen, but basically they've talked about road geometry, your quality of your gravels, quantities, your maintenance practices. Here's something I've pulled out a few years back. 6-meter wide gravel road for 1.6 kilometers at a depth of 25 millimeters, you're going to need 470 tons. Okay? To sustain up to 50 trucks per day, you're going to need 370 millimeters of depth of gravel surface, or in this case, 7,000 ton. Okay? I know, just a little piece of information you can tuck off to the side. So as was discussed with the dissection of a low volume road, we know that what we see is basically what we get. It could be 100 millimeters depth, it could be 500, it could be a meter. The point is, if it seriously has not been designed as a road, that's all you're getting. And what's underneath that in this province could be just about anything. It could be loams, sand, pure sand, could be gravel, stone, rock, wetlands. It could be anything. So this is why it's so important to ensure that when we do build those crowns, and what we're doing in the summer, that we get that 3 to 4% crossfall. We got to keep the water off the road, period. Okay? We also want to make sure that we're running some kind of ditching program, it is a problem, with a grade-all preferably, or a backhoe, to keep the water flowing. Because what happens if your ditching is not deep enough or structured to move the water's going to sit there. Well, water, like air, is going to find the least path of resistance. And if it has a way to get under the road, it will, undermining your road. Okay? And what we know from our winter maintenance practices is that once that dew point and the road temperature drops below 0, frost will form on the road. Okay? Again, moisture, more moisture. And again, once we evolve and put some kind of surface, we're usually, in most municipalities around Ontario, again, we're talking about a gravel seal or a chip seal. Slight difference. And again, depending on what your RFQs are calling for, what your needs are, where you're at with your asset management plan, will kind of dictate what kind of materials you're going to end up using. Again, I won't get into too much of the design of that, but they're just ever so slightly different. So during that maintenance, again, as I said, a grade-all, keeping the water moving is important. Now, you're not going to be able to have the funding or the abilities probably to do every ditch, but it's important that you try and do, 5 kilometers a year. Do something, 3 kilometers. Have an active program, because what you're doing is you're protecting that asset. The top one is a 30,000 liter tanker truck with calcium chloride as a dust suppressant, and we know that it helps solidify the road in the shoulders. And the one in the bottom there is putting the powder down, the calcium powder. I've never done it that way. I've always put RFQs out for the liquid. All right, so if we jump into the winter maintenance, excessive plowing and placing of that pickled sand, as I call it, winter sand, will physically change your road's crown. Shoulders and compromise the load-bearing capacity. And that, in turn, will create an unstable surface and damage-prone road. So what's our legacy? Well, we're going to end up with washboarding. We're going to end up with more potholes and soil erosion, shoulder berming, and drainage structure and patterns. I don't have a picture of it, but shoulder berming is a big thing. At the end of the year in the spring, you may or may not see a little dam along the side of each side of the road from the excessive sand that you've used. It is important that when you're out grading, you take that berm off. And why? Because as the rains come, that will not allow the water to get into the ditch. Get it off. I actually had some residents standing in front of a grader, not allowing our operator to take it off. I still, to this day, do not understand why, but they thought it looked nice. I'll just leave you with that thought. So what do we want to do? Do we want to remove it? No, we don't. Do we want to do plowing? Well, yeah, that's kind of like the direction we're going. Do we want to control it? Well, that's our best option. Okay, so we're going to tackle this a little differently. We want to control the snow and ice buildup. So as we get into the season, we want to make sure we know where those hidden mailboxes are, where our guardrails are, our bridges and our abutments, our culvert locations, and areas that are prone to flooding, and signs. Signs are a big thing. Okay. So during events, whiteouts, frost, black ice, known and unknown obstructions, pre and existing event surface conditions, does the equipment, your materials, and your SOPs match the desired outcomes and meet your levels of service? Okay. Now remember, the levels of service that you're operating with are targets. They give you a little bit of wiggle room. And that's why it's important to get it out of the bylaw system. Okay, it gives you that little bit of wiggle room. And on that note, I'll go off tangent here for a second. If you need assistance, please contact Cherry at Good Roads. Okay? We've got a program set up for that. It's a workshop. One day, we can help you create your own SOP and levels of service. So, typically on gravel roads, when we go out to spread our materials, typically, our industry has said at a 5 or 10% salt blend, we're going with 450 or 570 kilos per 2-lane kilometer at about a 1 meter wide spread pattern. Surface treated roads, well, I've practiced this to see what we can get away with upping the salt content on a surface treated. Now, we don't want to go too much because on a surface treated road, we still got the friction quotient with the tires. We've upped it from gravel. It's solid. Gravel's going to move if you have to stop quickly. So we can up a little bit more melting action, but not a lot. Okay, because water will get in the cracks and over a period of time, blow your road up. Most chip sealed and slurry sealed roads will give you about, depending on where you're putting it and what's under, 10-year life expectancy. Okay? We can lower our rates to 250 to 450 per 2-lane kilometer. Again, refer to your levels of service and your SOPs. Your levels of service is going to dictate what is considered an acceptable outcome. Okay? We're looking for snowpack on gravel roads. and I'll get to that point. Liquids, no, don't go there. You'll definitely blow the road apart. Tire chains, yeah, they're good if you think the road can handle it. If there's a good frost in the road, if the road's frozen, if you're in the middle of winter and you're on gravel and you can see it, I strongly would not recommend using chains on your tires. You'll do more damage. Okay. More traditional practices promote the use of graders, as these units will provide less intrusive plowing burden to the gravel and surface-treated roads, and give you a better ability to keep the crown intact. Straight salt, like liquids, not to be used on gravel roads, and very sparingly on mixed on surface-treated roads with higher salt concentration on asphalt surfaces. Grader use, well, ice blading benefits when there's excessive snow and ice buildup, especially useful on steep hills and tight curves. You can see the ice buster on the first one, and on a more traditional laid back, if you're using the middle blade, you actually have little teeth, which are nice because it creates a rib pattern on the ice pack or the snow pack on those roads. So, plow blade tilt. This is important. If you have the ability on your plows, I strongly encourage you to tilt them back to 40, 45 degrees. It's less aggressive than what we use on hard surfaces, which is 50 to 55 degree blade. Okay, 50, 55, I'm exaggerating, is like this. We want to bring it back to 40, okay, because we're dealing with a very sensitive road surface. We don't want to be aggressive. And we want to leave a little bit of ice and snowpack on those gravel roads because it's going to protect the road. Open areas, blowing snow, utilizing snow fencing, and benching back to provide more snow storage capacity. Excuse me, I'm going to show you one little gizmo. Of course, I forgot to bring it up. It's in my briefcase. Does everybody have access to Princess Auto? I'm sure you've all seen these. It's a great little gizmo. Every shop should have one. $20. Okay, you just go up. Does everybody know where the frog is on the blade? Yeah? Awesome, great. Plunk this behind the frog, or in front of the frog, I should say, and you can see where you're sitting at. This podium, for example, is, bring the calibration back. And that's 30 degrees, to give you a reference of where 40, 45 is. Okay? Anyways, great little thing. Takes 20 bucks, plunk it on. Yeah, we're too far back, we're too far forward. Handy little tool, actually. Winter equipment, well, graders. Best on gravel roads, they move a lot of snow, got a lot of torque, a lot of power, a lot of capacity, and it keeps the crown intact. But it is one-dimensional, okay? It's not a combination. Plow use, well, tandems, triaxle combination units, better for longer duration routes and use on surface-treated roads. This is what we want to avoid. Most of Ontario still gets fluctuating temperatures like crazy, and it's going to get worse. This is what we don't want to see happening. This was a younger gentleman who had 2 years' experience, and unfortunately nobody told him. So he just started shaving everything off. That's not where we want to be. Mitigating low-volume road challenges is the next process that requires our due diligence. We got to look at our fleet and our resource configuration, singles, tandems, tris, our microclimates, what's it doing in the north, south, east, west sections, topography. And this is just beautiful. I just get emotional when I see this. He knows what he's doing. The base is frozen. Now, if I had to, we can send a tandem out on that. That road is protected. That's beautiful. That's just a work of art. So, low volume roads require greater attention at our plow angles. We want to create evenly dispersed windrows while making every effort to maintain the crown. Remember what the MMS said about road width. 6 meters, and on those small little roads, we have to keep 5 meters open. Plow to the road width as much as you can. In open areas, bench. Bench back. It's going to reduce the snow creep back, and it's going to provide more snow storage. The rural road environment also requires us to be vigilant about obstructions, post and wire, cable guide systems, or guardrails with W channels. We probably don't notice it, most people driving, our little green and white reflectors. We call them plow up, plow down markers. I gave this presentation to the Michigan State DOT, and they thought I just recreated the wheel. They don't use them in Michigan, apparently. So it's going to pick up the headlamps. It's going to pick up the lasers they might have fixed to the side of the trucks, because those W channels might be totally covered in snow. And hitting one with your wing is not a pleasant feeling. So, of course, these are everywhere in the province of Ontario. So let the snow accumulate on those roads 2 inches, 50 millimeters before plowing, especially during the early seasonal operations. Leave a small amount on top. Again, go back to your levels of service, or use the MMS if your municipality has adopted it as your levels of service, as per your snow accumulation that's allowable, or what your target is. And roads at this level will likely be 4s and 5s, and the old 6s. Spread pattern, great. That's what we want to see. So each side of the traffic can pick it up and hold at least half the car relatively stable. The ribbing, that's what it looks like from the blade with the little fixtures on it. Again, it'll hold the sand, which is awesome. Tandems and tris, they're good trucks to use on these rural routes because they'll give you a longer capacity to carry your material. And they're combination units, okay? The other thing I want to mention, in Ontario, we have a lot of regulations to deal with. Please ensure that someone takes a look at each and every one of your routes and optimizes the route, okay? If you're spreading 570 kilos per 2-lane kilometer, you know how many kilometers you're going to get out of that route. Okay? Look at the route length. Does it exceed that? Probably does, and that's no crime. Where the issue comes in is when that truck has to deadhead back through a rural area, through the middle of a storm, to load up to finish the last third or quarter. Not that great if you can avoid it. And why is it not that great? Because we're battling overtime. That's not such a bad thing. Well, wait a minute. As of 2006, what are we worried about? Somebody said it. Hours of service. Absolutely. Your 13, 14-hour driving and on-duty times. We're now chewing into that regulation. Notwithstanding the fuel you're using, and the wear and tear on the trucks. That's where route optimization now becomes a much bigger issue, okay? Because now he's getting closer to timing out. And if he's closer to timing out, is he going to get his route done? Do you have a second shift, a second guy you can call in? A lot of small municipalities don't. Again, you can reflect that in your levels of service. That's not a big thing. I know I've done it. I've made the MMS fit the municipality I was working with their resources. Route rationalization and optimization. Make sure the kilometers fit the truck capacity. Heck, if you can do it for 2 trucks but can't do it for the other 3, that's fine. You're gaining in efficiency. And it's just simple math. It really is. It's not that hard to figure out. Use the right sand mix. Straight salt, concentrated liquids, do not recommend. Listen to the blades. Tell your operators, listen to the blades. Know your surroundings. And communicate about the ongoing conditions. The next shift, the supervisor, the foreman should know what's going on out there. So if they need to make decisions, they're informed. Okay? And on that note, carry a logbook. If you have passed on that knowledge transfer, write it down. Okay? We live in a very litigious society, as I'm sure Jolene can attest to. You stub a toe, you're going to get sued. Okay? It's just going to happen. They're going to challenge, the public is going to challenge you any way they can. On this one, this is a north-south route. Interesting. No budget for snow fencing. It's in a rural area. It's just at that upper limit. It's an 80K road. It's an arterial, but it's still rural. It's surface treated. The snow event ended about 12 hours prior, but the winds continued. And this was just after I got to this municipality. And I took this photo because this is something I can teach on. This is something we can take and learn from. Can anybody see the wind is coming from the left to the right? Comes up over a slightly elevated road. What's happening to the road? Yeah. You know what happened? Even though this is a hard surfaced road, the operator put sand down, excessive sand. In the middle of the road, that excessive sand now became its own snow fence. Whoops. So you've got half the road which is clear, and the other half, is covered in snow. So you think, what's the big idea? Well, we've just created 2 different driving habits, 2 different driving standards. One is down to the pavement. Okay, so that creates its own with a little bit of blowing snow over, but the other is snow covered. Is that a good thing? No. Say no. No, you're right, it's not. Any measure we do, we cannot create a double standard on our roads. It has to be consistent. Okay? And again, that goes back to another issue, and I'm sorry I'm taking an extra few minutes here. I do have an issue when we send a tandem truck out full of sand, and he plows and sands at the same time. I don't consider that to be a good practice. Okay, it's good the truck can do both. Multiple items. I mean, that's where our budgets have gone, right? That's where our budgets have taken us in the past 20 years, is to buy combination units that can do multiple things. Great. No argument there. But if you're spreading and you may have to plow, you're losing ballast. off the back of your trucks. Okay? Just remember that. On the back of a tandem, we're talking what, 28,000 kilos? Plus you got the weight of the front blade, perhaps a wing. You put 11 ton on the back. The dynamics change awful quick in the middle of a winter storm at 2 o'clock in the morning. Okay? Be cognizant of what you're doing and how you're doing it with those trucks. Because the last one I bought was about 300,000. So just be aware of that. As David mentioned, gravel roads are going to cost the municipality 2 to 4 times more. There was an OMBI report that was released back in the late, let's say 2009, and it clearly illustrated, as best it could, comparing apples to apples between municipalities, that there wasn't one municipality who was paying less than double for a gravel road maintenance. Okay, they take a lot of money and a lot of resources. So if we're going to do it, let's do it right. Okay. Quick little graph. You can kind of see in the bottom axis your stopping distance in meters, your speed on the left-hand side, and the gravel has the little spots in it on each section. It's the second one up from the bottom of the 50, 65, 80. You can see how your stopping distance is considerably less than the other surfaces. Okay. And on that note, again, I'm sorry, I'm going to give you another little tidbit of information. For those municipalities that are still using winter sand on hard surface roads, asphalt, designed, engineered roads, if you're going to use sand, and I have never recommended this, at the first opportunity, clean it up. Get it off the road surface on a hard surface. Because what does that sand become? It becomes about 10, 20 million ball bearings, right? Asphalt is designed to stop a car when it needs to quickly at a certain distance, at a certain speed. If you put engineered sand on a hard surface road and try and stop fast after the snow is melted, good luck. You are not stopping safely. There's nothing for the tires to grip. Okay? So, I would prefer you not to put sand on hard surface roads, but I know the further north we get, that's just a way of life. I get that. And again, this was a boundary road, so thankfully it wasn't in my jurisdiction, but it was a boundary road, so I didn't have to worry about it. My favorite sign, stay in the middle. Precision, just precision. Wonderful. And the only other note I'll make on that is, as I have found out working for TNS as a consultant, a forensic consultant, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. You got foliage covering a sign, it doesn't matter what level the sign is. Get your patrolman out of the truck to trim it back. All it takes is one chevron sign to be down and somebody go off the road. Well, the other 9 were still up. Doesn't matter. You're not going to win that argument in court. Okay? But that's for another day. Just one quick note. My trip to Michigan, I had a fella chase me down the hallway, and he was quite adamant that they don't use, no, he didn't put it that way. He says, we don't do that on gravel roads. I said, what do you do? Because I'd like to know, and they rip it up. So they don't leave any ice pack or snow pack down. They just rip it up. And they expose it to the changing climate. And every spring, now they're deciding to spend copious amounts of granular A to rebuild the road every year. Well, if you had left the ice or snowpack on, you probably stood a better chance of protecting that crown. So, thank you for your attention. I think I'm way over time. If you have any questions or...
Yeah, thank you, Warren. Is there any questions for Warren? Oh, hang on. Got a little goodie bag for you from the Ontario Good Roads. Thank you very much. Is there any questions? I forgot to ask if we had any questions for Dr. Louw and David Anderson. Do we have any questions before we head to break? If not, we're going to have a quick 15-minute break. Our break is sponsored this morning by BDT Biodiffusions. So we'll have a quick coffee break and we'll be back here in 15 minutes. All right, thank you. Okay, everyone, we'll try to get back to our seats here. We'll start very shortly. Okay, guys, if you guys want to come back to your seats, we're going to start. M'entends-tu là-bas?
Ben, je l'ai dit vite fait, mais je sais pas comment rappeler.
Je sais pas s'ils m'entendent là-bas, à l'autre chambre. Antoine, tu vas donner 3 choses à eux autres?
Oui.
Okay, everyone, last call. If you guys want to come back, we're going to start very shortly. Made it. So you're with. I'm on the board now.
Good for you.
Yeah. So they just asked me to
You always have potential.
pitch hit there this morning. One of the guys couldn't make it. He had something happen, and so I said, "Well, yeah, I'll the MC." Okay, everyone, we're going to start. If you want to come back to your seats. Well, yeah, well. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Just got a friendly reminder, we're going to have draw prizes at the end of the day, generously donated by Aegis. There will be 3 $100 gift certificates available. Please be sure to stick around and for the draw at the end of the program, as you have to be present to win. To our first panel discussion of the day, and the focus on structures and that connect your low volume roads and how to best protect them in the cost-effective manner, I'd like to welcome our moderator, Antoine Boucher from East Ferris, Betul Oliver, who is in business development management at Acro Limited, Has a civil engineering background of over 15 years of experience providing engineered products and solutions for civil infrastructure projects throughout Eastern Canada. Also welcome Kevin Williams. Kevin Williams is a director engineering at Atlantic Industries. He is currently the chair of the Canadian Highway Bridge Design Code Barrier Structure Subcommittee, as well as the Climate Change Working Group. And Tim Lee. Tim Lee is a bridge specialist from Eastern Canada at Northern Bridge and MAT. Tim has more than 40 years with the Ontario Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry Engineering Services before joining Northern Bridge and MAT. Please welcome them.
You're welcome. So there's going to be a mic, maybe. I see Tim, you're going to be in the middle.
Yeah.
I think we have one or two other mics, perhaps. It might be a good idea. I think we can we use four or three only, up to four? All four, you can share? Okay, sounds good. Okay, so with this, one more? Why not? It's always an option. Thanks, Tim. There we go. Thank you. Okay, so we have a few questions on this panel that were put together. And then I'll just start right away talking about some of our financial challenges. As we know, the Ontario bridge infrastructure, as we're referring to about 19.1 billion funding maintenance and rehab as a backlog. So when we think of this, the challenges for municipalities is basically, what can be done in order to stretch their budgets when we're dealing with that facts. And then that's the first question that we have on this panel. So I'm not sure exactly who would like to take the lead a little bit on talking about their views on that.
Okay. There we go. Just to put things in context, in Ontario, when we think about bridges, everybody has reminiscences of maybe the Burlington Skyway or a large super elevated structure going across the 401, someplace in the GTA. But in actual fact, it's been identified that 90% of all of the bridge infrastructure in Ontario are spans of less than 40 feet and are single lane bridges. And it's stuff that you folks are responsible for. The challenges are quite, there's quite a number. Lack of information, number one question when I go and talk to somebody in your position in your municipality is, do you have a drawing of the bridge? No, I don't. I have photos, have an OSIM, but I actually don't know anything about the structure or the structures that I have. Add to that, just turn the clock back very briefly here to the common sense revolution, which municipalities like yours were told by the then Harris government that they were going to change the municipal funding formula so there would be no 60 or 70 conditional grants a year, that you would get a single check that would be unconditional. You could be the master of your own kingdom and spend it on whatever you felt you had to spend it on. The problem that precipitated was that things like policing, social service improvements, Walkerton, everything else got in the way. And the one thing that the Harris government didn't clearly articulate was the one check was going to be less than the sum of the total of the conditional grants you got. And then, factor into that that most municipalities in Ontario don't have a engineering component, don't really practice project management, so that invariably leads to instances of hiring somebody based on wishy-washy information, meaning the OSIMs, without plans and specifications on the files of the municipality, and then hiring a consultant to do a detailed design in April and having no contact with that consultant until September, when you want to put in for grant applications. So all of these things together add up to where we are right now and the problems going forward. I believe that there are options available. Our company, I've been in the bridge game now for 48 years. I constructed 149 bridges for the ministry, and since retiring 8 years ago, I'm now to over 283. But it requires some effort on the part of the municipality, and it also requires the municipality to think outside of the box, quite frankly. I think all three of us here represent companies that have modular solutions that are tested for their longevity and their functionality, and we don't have to reinvent the wheel each and every time that we're going to replace a simple 30-foot bridge that goes from nowhere to nowhere, and 4 people a day are going to use it.
Yeah, those are all good valid points. I think you hit, on many of our reality, I guess. And then, Betul, would you like to add a couple of points to that, or?
Well, I mean, I guess in answering the question, can everyone hear me? Do I need this? In answering the question about the nearly $20 billion funding backlog, what can municipalities do to stretch their budgets? I mean, I think one thing that municipalities can do is not necessarily focus. I know it's difficult because there are so many bridges and structures that are near their end of life or are at their end of life, and they need to be rehabilitated and or replaced. But I think the focus needs to be not only on those bridges, but also on the ones that are still okay, on preventative maintenance. I think that's a key as well, and not just spend the funding on the emergency type bridges, but to focus on the other ones so that they also don't become sort of a crisis situation.
Right, and Kevin?
I'm going to talk more from the culvert and buried structure perspective. So those are types of structures, often you buy them, you put them in place, and you kind of forget about them. And there's been a bit of lack of knowledge in some areas about what condition is it in, do I need to repair it, how do I repair it, do I need to load rate it? And so a couple things that are going to be coming out next year, the new version of the bridge code, it's added guidance about how to evaluate, how to load rate the structures, and how you can do local repairs and rehabilitate them a bit better. So I think with that knowledge, using it to try and get more out of your current assets and trying to bring more consistency on how you approach that will help push those assets a little further.
And Kevin, when you say that, I know by definition we're thinking back, with the OSIM and the bridge and culverts, like culverts are kind of classified into the size of 3 meters and up. But you're referring to both, also the smaller sizes as well, the typical road culverts that crosses, or are you referring to the larger superstructures?
From a load rating perspective, I'm referring more to the to bridges, so 3 meters and up, the buried structures there. There is some guidance in the on the U.S. about how to rate them a bit better, along with the OSIM as well. So there's tools for rating, but the load rating is more for the bridge size culverts.
Okay, thank you for that. If I switch a little bit from structures and then I go into roads, I mean, obviously today, low volume roads. So when we talk about low volume roads, they don't always get the right treatment they deserve. They're by definition being low volume, located in certain areas that may be farther away. The critical connectivity is is lost if ever we have to close a road. So there's always challenges when we're looking for, sometimes there's no alternative routes. Like if you are far away, low volume road and you have to close it as an emergency, then you're dealing with all those challenges. So one of the questions sometimes that we deal because of the physical properties of those roads and their locations is, in your opinion, talking about how do you see or how would municipality could minimize the impact of these road closures and restore those connectivities quickly?
So the term is called emergency preparedness, right? And I'll give you an example. It's the middle of February. Your council hasn't finalized their budget. We've had freezing rain, wild swings of temperature, and you have a culvert that's plugged. You've been told that there's no funds available. You've had to, maybe in some cases, siphon fuel out of one type of vehicle and put it into another one. So then with the block culvert, all of a sudden money is being spent like there's no tomorrow. You're the director of public works. At 11:30 at night, you're still getting text messages with photos of two white lights, which presumably is the foreman that you have on site. They've got a steam jenny and they're trying to unplug the culvert, knowing full well that when they're done, they're going to have to come back and do it again later on when the frost comes out of the ground. So circling back to the concept of emergency preparedness, what dealing with individual municipalities, I know that they don't have a slush fund. I know that they have reserves, but reserves are usually used to offset unforeseen costs. So what I advocate to them is, like, let's say with our product, it could be any one of the products that are represented here, but they can't on their own necessarily go out and buy a modular bridge, a 30-foot modular bridge, and have it waiting in the yard. But your local associations, right, especially the ones that are organized, and down here, I guess the poster child would be District 8, the old MTO District 8, which is Belleville, Napanee, Center Hastings, there's a number of them there, to go together and to have a 30-foot bridge, modular bridge sitting in your yard. The advantages of that are that block culvert, or let's say a washout in the middle of the winter time, you can, in a couple of hours, with your own forces, have that modular bridge in place, and with your own equipment even. And the idea would be that by 8 o'clock in the morning on that same night, you've got something that the school bus can use the next morning. Or if you start at it first thing in the morning, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the school bus can get back out again. So it's a case of trying to be a little bit preemptive, so you're not sitting there with an emergency 911 plan, and dealing with potentially residents that require oxygen, that require special needs, so to speak. And I can't say this enough, like a simple span structure like that, you can put that in a couple of hours, have guide rails on it, signs up, the whole 9 yards, just some gravel, and then it can sit there until June if you wanted to, right? And you're not wasting the money that you would normally be doing in that emergency situation.
Yeah, those are good points. As you say, acquisition will take time, right? So joining forces and maybe doing a cost sharing, it's a good point.
Yep. And adding to Tim's comment, I guess, is having I guess, inventory of modular bridging is always a good idea. Any sort of emergency that would require rehabilitation or maintenance of a low volume road, oftentimes there's not an option for a detour. It's very inconvenient for local residents in the community. It can also cause additional damage to those roads if you're, bypassing, if you're bypassing traffic through those local communities. It upsets the community. It also might, deteriorate prematurely the infrastructure that the detour is passing through. So, I mean, as a solution, I think it's there's the option to rent temporary modular bridges. There's the option to own temporary or permanent modular bridges if you have the yard space and the funding to store some in your yards, such that if there is ever any emergency that you have the ability to quickly, as Tim mentioned, put this up overnight, put up a temporary bridge and have it ready so as not to disrupt additional roads.
Okay, so yeah, we've certainly seen a lot of success with emergency washouts and rental bridge to get traffic going temporarily, and then gives you a bit of time to put more permanent structure in place. Something is a bit more planned would be if you're able to do stage construction, and so we see that a lot with varied structures where you just have one lane of traffic going over the structure. You use temporary mechanically stabilized earth walls to get that one lane going, or even temporary MSE walls to help support the rental bridge. So that's just another wrinkle to bring to your portfolio of potential options.
Yeah, so those are all good points. I know, like, we have our emergency management plan. Every municipality does, We identify those risks, and then sometimes we have a resources document. It might be wise for the people kind of responsible of those to include perhaps some of those points you've added as a resources, or go to or call as to be inclusive within their emergency plans.
Just going to add one real good example this summer. The municipality of Killarney, there was a major storm system went through just below Sudbury, where Killarney's located. So they estimated they had over 400 cottagers that were on the Hartley Bay Road. Plus, there's a marina, the local marina there, that for outlying areas and people in transit. They lost the main road with a culvert failure. There was enough debris downstream that was on like a Monday. They noticed on Tuesday and Wednesday the water level really hadn't gone down. They couldn't get a culvert in. They couldn't do anything to the site. They got a hold of me Wednesday morning, and by Thursday at 1 o'clock, we had a bridge on site. We had a contractor lined up, and by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the road was open again. And where they were located, they were particularly concerned regarding medical and fire. And they actually had to, the OPP, use an OPP boat to evacuate 2 people that were injured during that, and they were concerned that it was going to be a prolonged situation. Basically, the bridge was there within 24 hours. It was the whole thing was resolved within 30 hours, and they kept the bridge for 2 weeks. Like, we rent them by the week, by the month. So, anyways.
Yep, that's excellent. I go back and then thinking, because that leads back a little bit into the next questions, or forward to the next question. And then sometimes I'm thinking into back in the 70s or the 80s, I don't know if they had an influx of funds, and then many of the structures all of a sudden, I don't know if I'm that old, but I was fairly young back then. And we're looking at some of the municipal structures, those bridges and culverts, that all of a sudden are now like nearing the end of life. So we're facing the fact that many of those structures are older and kind of near their life cycle, and so not necessarily repeating exactly what we talked about with the modular bridges, but One of the questions would come up again, it's knowing this again, if there was some cost-effective solutions that municipalities should be exploring, knowing in advance the state of their infrastructure, where we could talk about the steps towards simple spans, prefab structures, or buried structural plates for replacement. So again, in your opinion, facing some of those replacement coming forward, what would be some of the cost-effective solutions that you would see to replace those types of structures?
Maybe a few repair options to extend the life a bit for culverts and buried structures. So there's potential few degradation methods. Let's say if you have the bottom of a structure, it's a steel structure, it's starting to corrode, maybe it was put in the wrong type of water and everything. A cost-effective method is just pave the bottom with concrete. You got to dewater it a bit, keep the structure in place, you put concrete in the bottom, tied to the structure, and that can certainly get you a lot more life out of the structure. If you're noticing the top of the structure starting to deteriorate, it's probably road salts that are getting at it. So you may want to, next time you're paving the road or doing some resurfacing work, put a geomembrane above the structure. Redirect that salt-laden water away from the structure and protect it a bit more. Stop that deterioration mechanism. Another common one is a lot of times you'll have culverts or buried structures that are undersized. They were sized in the past only to get water to the other side of the road, not to get aquatic species to through the structure. So you'll have a perch culvert. So you can look at maybe putting in some fish baffles or getting fish passage through the structure, and the structure may be in good condition, but if you're blocking wildlife and you got to replace it for that reason, you can put in some temporary fixes for that as well.
Yeah, so one of the things that I believe municipalities should be looking at is making sure when they're doing their patrols that they actually pay attention to what's happening with the bridge. A number of times a year, because I'm OSIM certified, we provide to, whether it's anybody from Hydro One crews through to municipalities, maybe snowmobile clubs, that sort of thing, some basic visual bridge inspection training, so that the guys that you have that are doing the patrols can pay attention to the condition of the bridge, because it's possible that the bridge may look, for all intent and purposes, like it's still usable, it's still safe, whatever, but actually if you get out of the truck and you have a look underneath the bridge, and you don't wait for 2 years for the next OSIM, and there's quite a bit of contention out there that the OSIMs, and again, it goes back to my earlier theme of the common sense revolution, which is the OSIMs prior to 2008 were far more detailed. The stuff we have now, basically, when you hire an engineering consultant to do your OSIMs, basically, he wants copies of the last one so he can take all the same information, put it on his form, and maybe even use some of the same photos going forward. So I believe it's incumbent upon the municipalities, like I said, when your guys are out there, they can stop, they can have a look, they can check to see if that culvert's blocked, right? And not just drive over it and look for a pothole or look for, maybe wreckage off of an earlier accident or something like that. And then, literally modular bridge systems like the ones that we have, it's capable. I do this all the time. I start on Monday with a structure that's either closed or severely compromised, and by Friday the bridge is replaced permanently. And in the process, in the 8 years since I've retired, I have yet to work with a municipality where I haven't saved them at least $350,000. I just did one last week that saved the city of Quinte West $850,000. I did one earlier in September for the Township of Tay and saved them $775,000. And in all of those instances, the road was only closed for a couple of days.
So when we're talking about transportation infrastructure, it's one of the single biggest expenses that a rural municipality experiences or needs to deal with. And I think bridges and structures are among sort of the top of that inventory as well. So when looking at cost savings, I think it's important to consider maybe collaborating with industry like ourselves, looking at various options. There are traditional options such as concrete. There are, more modern bridge options using various different materials. But I think it's important to understand your options out there so that you're not just relying upon your consulting engineer who might be presenting you with a certain idea, not having looked into other options as well. And as Tim mentioned, modular bridges can save you quite a bit of money and stretch those funds so that you can, focus on other bridges more than one or structures.
I'm looking at the time a little bit. I know we're running, we have a few more minutes. So I may skip a question perhaps, but then thinking of, so for instance, once we have those new structures in place and there becomes, our maintenance asset, and you would consider the municipal responsibility as owners kind of thing, would you think of a few options that would be worth mentioning, like available options to extend the useful life of those structures in itself? Like what should we, like a couple of good pointers to say, like, you should, good practice, do those things to extend the life of that new structure you have?
Well, very quickly, I already mentioned the number one, which is your own guys to pay attention. If members are broken, if members are damaged, if you have something as simple as missing signs, to identify them and replace them. And with your own eyes and ears, because let's face it, with the frequency of patrols are based on the road classification, based on the population, I get that. But somebody just driving down the road without actually stopping and maybe even taking some photographs of the structure that you can then track the condition of that. And as we already heard from the astute fellow with the asset management stuff, the money's best spent, the biggest bang for your buck is when the bridge is new and a problem arises and you take care of it right away and just don't let it sit there and fester.
So I had jotted down some ideas of some available options to extend the useful life of structures. So just a quick list here. So take preventative measures being one of them, regular inspections and monitoring, cleaning and drainage management, corrosion protection, joint and bearing maintenance. Another option might be load management, such as introducing weight limits and posting, seasonal restrictions, traffic diversions, that sort of thing. Third one, structural rehabilitation and strengthening. So things like bridge deck overlays, concrete repair and patching, cathodic protection and reinforcement corrosion, fiber reinforced polymer, post-tensioning, that sort of thing for rehabilitation. Fourth on my list here is substructure enhancements. So scour protection for piers and abutments, foundation reinforcement, things such as micropiling, underpinning. Another option might be the use of durable materials, so high-performance concrete, galvanized steel, weathering steel, self-healing concrete, and other advanced materials. And finally, sustainability and innovation, so recycled and renewable materials, and modular and prefabricated solutions as well are some options for extending the useful life of structures.
The only thing I'll add is don't forget about your approaches. If you got a structure that doesn't have a lot of hydraulic capacity, the structure's in good shape, you're not going to replace it unless you absolutely need to. So can you put an overflow culvert beside it? It may help with wildlife crossings going through that, but it also gives you additional hydraulic capacity during a high water event. Or if you got an unprotected slope, can you do something like drive some cheap piling or something in there, or put some geotextile to help protect the embankment a little bit, because that's sometimes your first failure mechanism is the approaches.
Thank you for that. Sometimes in our field of managing and applying for funds and trying to get money to help us build those new projects, because we can always afford it all on our own taxpayers' money. There's certain question that comes up. The one that's next is kind of make me think of one of the question that could be coming up on a funding program, and it would be like kind of put this way: can a net zero carbon structure be achieved? And if so, like what steps would municipality would take to move towards this goal? So not sure if anybody came across that type of question, but I'll put it on the floor if there's any thoughts or something towards that.
So I'm not going to say a net carbon zero structure can be attained right now just because I don't know enough about carbon accounting yet, but there's certainly measures you can do. Look at the type of structure you're using, look at the construction method. Accelerated constructions are going to be there, but from a principles perspective, structural materials are very carbon intensive. So if you look at a buried structure, use the structural materials very, very efficiently. We've done some studies comparing a buried structure versus a beam, bridge, 30% lower carbon footprint. So use structural materials very efficiently would be one. The second one is try to use more natural materials than structural materials. So in particular, I'm talking end treatments. Can you have naturalized end treatments instead of, say, a concrete retaining wall? And that way you can sequester carbon and potentially help to get to net zero and minimize the embodied carbon in that structural material.
Yeah, I agree with everything. The one thing I would add is that when we look at the structures, it circles back to maintenance. Obviously, if you have to blow the same bridge up every 15 or 20 years and build a new one, that's a dramatically increased footprint. So if you have sound engineering advice, if you have a good foundation, if you've accounted for hydrology, which is an ever-changing value, and if the bridge, something as simple as keeping the deck clean on the bridge, but boils down to maintenance. So you already have the initial footprint that is involved with the structure, and obviously, and that's fabricating of steel, that's transport, that's concrete, that's rebar, that's all of that stuff. If you can maximize this lifespan, right, and take it from 50 to 75 or above years, and I can speak from experience that I'm just now getting into bridges that are my age. Most of them are much older than I am. So it's incumbent upon us from an environmental perspective as well, because we want to minimize the amount of disruptions when it comes to the waterway itself. But like I said, it's a question of maintenance and materials, sound engineering, design, and vigilance on your part.
I think that zero net carbon emissions is an admirable goal. I think we should all be striving for, but I don't know if it's necessarily achievable completely with infrastructure products such as bridges. I think all I can add to what Kevin and Tim said is to consider sort of the overall life cycle of your structures as well, not just the immediate. I mean, I think we'll probably be seeing a trend towards more steel structures, which tend to have lower net carbon emissions in the long run because it's recyclable, versus concrete, which is very carbon intensive. So I guess that's all I have to add.
Yeah, so that's good. And then from what I hear, obviously the right treatment, the right maintenance, That's essentially how you're going to extend those lives. And I hear Tim say up to maybe a 75 number. I know, like, you know, if it's always tough. Like we do our asset management, we're trying to establish, you know, what's the life of that asset, right? And then, but essentially, yes, if you do the right bridge, the right structure, the right way, and then you can make it last 75 plus years. I think the Roman were able to make them last quite a long time. So we should be, you know, towards net zero. So a last little question, maybe in closing, because we were just overlapping into my time, and Guy's going to be kicking me out soon off the stage, or not just me, but us. So we talked very briefly. We mentioned something about the fish passage. There was a question that kind of also touched on the animals. Just a thought, if something comes up to your mind, like, you know, how can wildlife passages be incorporated into the structures? If you'd like to add something that crossed your mind that you may have seen in some of those bridges that dealt with, you know, wildlife, like in thinking of animals as well, or if it's not really relevant as a question.
So is this, yeah, this is perfect, working. On a new design perspective, it's definitely something to incorporate. There's a lot of benefits when it comes to sizing a structure right up front, the right size up front. Traditionally, you're sized to get water to the other side of the road. We got climate change happening, we got more extreme weather events. So sizing the structure to get water to the other side of the road, but also sizing the structure so it's out of the stream bed. That's going to be an upcoming requirement in the bridge code coming out, that essentially that streams be streams and keep the structure outside of your bank full width. So wherever you got woody debris, that's where you're okay to put the structure. If you're in an area where the high water is taking out the woody debris, don't put a structure there. And what that's going to allow is, it's going to, most of the year, you're going to have, it's going to be dry. You're going to have a dry shoulder on the side of the structure where you can get crossings, wildlife crossing going on. So that's probably the easiest recommendation that I've seen.
Yeah, a couple things. There are things, but like, let's say when it comes to culverts, they involve riffles in terms of accommodating fish passage. As Mike already mentioned, it's a question of staying the hell out of the watercourse. Every bridge that we've ever crossed over or had a close look at, where at some point during the day, during seasonally, whenever we see water, either water elevation or water wet marks, like a splash zone on the abutments, it's telling you that it's constricting the channel, because channel walls are never vertical, not even in bedrock. So my solution every time, every customer I've ever dealt with, is to go with a longer channel, longer span bridge, and get the hell out of the channel. It gives you the opportunity of working 365 days a year, because you're not in the waterway doing dewatering and all that stuff. But that only is going to enhance fish passage, because you're going to be returning it to a natural channel. And the one other comment I'll make is that when you do like for like, right, there's no, it's a category A environmental assessment desktop process. You change it up, you make a longer span, you make a wider bridge, you change the horizontal vertical alignment. It changes the category that's applicable. And quite often what municipalities, the path that they go down is they want to save that money. They don't want to have an environmental assessment. They want things to go along as smoothly as possible. And in fact, in most cases, the EAs we're talking about are maybe several $1,000s. But the outcome at the end of it is that you end up with having to spend $500,000 to put in piles and to build a mud cap, to recreate what was there before, which wasn't probably adequate hydraulically. So the bottom line is, as we've both mentioned here, is let's get back to as much as possible a natural channel for fish passage.
Yeah, I agree with Tim, and I also think that trying to avoid piers, intermittent piers on bridges or structures is key, so that we don't interfere with the wildlife during the bridge installation. Also, introducing piers, I guess, could add an obstruction to debris from upstream and cause blockages, which is also never a good thing for wildlife. And one last thing that I would add is perhaps to introduce some structural or some physical things on your bridge. If it's a modular bridge, there might be, road salts from the bridge that might fall into the waterway. So there are things that you can do to avoid that. Introducing scuppers and pipes that could carry that run water away and such would be an option as well to protect the wildlife below.
Well, thank you for this. So again, this is the first panel that we had, and I think we covered quite a bit on some of those questions that we had. Hopefully that if there's more questions, I know we have your contacts and so forth, so I'd invite anybody to ultimately follow up. I'm sure our panelists would be happy to share more info. So again, Kevin, Tim, and Betul, thank you so much for being here today. And I do have a little token of appreciation from Good Roads before you part.
Thanks, Betul, Tim, and Kevin, for that discussion on our bridges. Our second keynote speaker today hails from Iowa. Dr. Halil Ceylan is Petit Des Moines endowed profession of civil engineering and the founding director of the program of sustainable pavement engineering and research, PROSPER, at the Institute for the Transportation of Iowa State University. Dr. Ceylan also serves as a ISU site director for the Federal Aviation Administration Partnership of Enhanced General Aviation Safety, Accessibility and Sustainability Center of Excellence in General Aviation. His current research focuses on low-volume road engineering, airfield, and highway pavement systems. Here to give us some tools we can use, let's give a warm Canadian welcome to Dr. Ceylan. Do you need the podium?
Yeah, please. Okay. Thank you. Did I? Okay. So good morning. It's a great pleasure, honor to be here. I greatly appreciate the invitation. And I would like to share some of our research findings with you today as part of the, the program. So, and I'm just waiting for the slides to show up. As mentioned, I serve as the director of the PROSPER program, and I've been at Iowa State University for 23 years. I met James at the NACE annual meeting in California earlier this year. And then, he invited me to talk about our tool for managing gravel roads and the impact of, heavy vehicles on them. And since then, we actually wrapped up another study of impact of overloads, superloads on road infrastructure systems. So I combined the two presentations together to share with you today. So. No, it's not this one. That's my other colleague. Nope. Would you like me to give it to you again, or? Okay. It's here. Okay, wonderful. So we have the presentation, and I'd like to acknowledge, the large number of colleagues actually who serve on our technical committee, advisory committees, and provide great support for our research work. One of them actually is here with us, Brian Carliver. He's been a huge support, and we greatly appreciate all their support and guidance for our research studies. Although I'm just the face-off, for our research team, but there are a lot of hardworking, the graduate students, PhD students, research staff, and I would like to acknowledge all their hard work. So, we're dealing with a large, the amount of infrastructure system. And as I was putting this, presentation together, unfortunately, United States is one of the only 2 countries in the world still using, the imperial units. But I tried my best to convert this into metric. As the joke goes, to my team, we made over the years miles and miles of progress switching into metric units. So, a lot of roads, and we have significant amount of actually unpaved roads in our infrastructure system. And it's quite a bit of a challenge to manage and, to maintain these roads over the time. And Iowa's population is only 3.2 million, the people, but we have actually more than 110,000 kilometers of roads. That's a lot of roads, per people. And again, 75% of them are, the county roads. And our state's, economy depends on the, the agricultural products, and, we have to keep these roads in really good shape. And there are significant amount of actually gravel roads, as shown in here. And again, it's a challenge, to keep them in good operating, conditions. Actually, there's a website that you can go. It was developed by Bikers Association originally. And then you can actually map, the amount of the gravel roads. But actually, if you map it, you can't see anything else. Everywhere is full of roads, 1 mile, the squares. So that's what we're dealing with. And, it's a significant challenge. So we are located in the worst climatic zone possible. We get a lot of, precipitation, and we have deep freeze, hot freeze zone of the United States. As the earlier presenters, they mentioned, I have degrees in geotechnical and pavement engineering, water, drainage. As civil engineers, water is our #1 enemy. We need it for life, but it's a big challenge. I joke with my students that one day, if humanity settles on a, in a planet where there is no water, we're the #1 people who are going to go out of job because most of the problems are going to disappear. And you've seen a lot of images like this, and actually I borrowed them from our colleague Brian Carliver here. The lots of, the problems, especially during the spring thaw period. The ground is thawing and all these soil particles are disintegrating, and there are significant challenges, associated with these kinds of, the systems. So, and we are spending significant amount of our resources for the keep up of this, the infrastructure system. So there are a lot of challenges, and we have to find innovative solutions, to keep these roads in, the good conditions. We are running out of, the good quality aggregates, the virgin materials. So we have to develop sustainable solutions, recycling, reuse, and all that. So, and as I mentioned, we also have significant amount of very heavy vehicles, operating on these, the roads. And these vehicles are only getting larger and heavier over the time. And actually, as I was going through this, Brian was showing me, another new generation, the grain cart. they are building these, say, the giant vehicles, and, one pass of these vehicles on our infrastructure system can actually cause significant amount of, the damage. We've done a number of studies on this. Our reports are available on our website, a Prosper website. You can easily Google them. And, my longtime colleague, Tim Smith, can tell you how damaging these kinds of edge loadings can be on a concrete road. I took this picture while I was driving behind this vehicle. So when you have, right at the edge loading, that causes actually twice the stresses compared to, those vehicles actually traveling in the center of the, the concrete slab. So they are very, heavy. And then we also get these kinds of, the special, modular type, the vehicles. We documented some of those, that they can be easily 500,000 kilos and all that. So that's, the significant amount of, loadings on these infrastructure systems. So as you can see here, there are all these, the guidelines, many of them coming from the rating of the bridges and all that. Obviously, bridges are always considered to be more, the critical infrastructure systems, and, what the rating of them, and, how heavy vehicles, they can travel in certain roads and all that. So we need to pay attention to these. And, while our study was going on, it lasted about 3.5 years on superloads. There was actually, legislative action increasing the loads by another 12.5%. Went from 80,000 pounds to 90,000 pounds. And Brian sent me emails, and he took our slides all the way to the Capitol, Washington, and presented to them, to the Iowa senators and all that. It may seem low. You say, okay, it's only 12.5% increase. But the way that it translates into damage is that something we Piedmont geotechnical engineers developed over the years is called generalized fourth power rule. So you take the fourth power of this, 1.125, that will translate actually into 60% more damage. That's why our roads are crumbling, under these load conditions. And that's by the way, most conservative. That's like the empirical based, the equations. That dates back to AASHTO 1993 guide. But if you do a mechanistic-based analysis, that's actually a lot more damaging, sometimes 10, 12 times by percentage. That's like 1,200 times, the more damaging. And several states have their own definitions of, the super loads. It can go anywhere from 120 to 200, the kips and all that. So as part of our study, we were asked to quantify the impact of, these super loads on gravel road infrastructure system. So, we actually documented, this is the most comprehensive, report studying all types of super loads and showing you, what kind of damage they actually can cause on your, the road infrastructure system. And I show some of them here. The one that I was telling you earlier, again, Boucher, on the left, and they are actually very damaging, especially when they are traveling with the single axle loading. So as you can see, that grain cart on the left is single axle loading, and we've done studies at Mean Road facilities with all the instrumentation and all that. That's located in, Minneapolis, just outside there. We just actually had the International Conference on Concrete Roads there in late August. So one pass of that vehicle can actually be equivalent to 4,000 passes of legally loaded semi, an 18-wheeler. So we keep calling these roads low volume, but actually when you have vehicles of this kind traveling on them, if you translate the equivalent damage, they actually experience, thousands of passes of trucks, the legally loaded, the large, the vehicles. And again, imagine if you have these kinds of modular, vehicles on them, then the damage is obviously exponentially, the increases, as I just mentioned. So we try to quantify all these, the damage for all, the different types of, super loads, their definition. And again, we try to capture as many of them as we can as part of our tool. Now, all of this actually have already been embedded into a Microsoft Excel-based, the tool. The reason we use Excel is that all the county engineers, state DOT engineers, and all that, everyone has access to that, and they don't have to go there, talk to their IT person to get it installed. They can easily, use them. So, like you can actually see from here that it's a very the comprehensive definition of different types of implements of husbandry, super loads, and then you can actually choose, one of these vehicles, and actually will do all these, the calculations behind the scenes, and map these solutions and turn it into, the equivalent damage, and then from there you can actually see how many of these vehicles, or like one pass of this vehicle, how much actually relative damage that is going to cost you for a given life of the, the infrastructure system. And we quantify this damage for different seasons. And again, in a place like Iowa, because of, again, the spring thawing action, that's the time that we actually experience the, the most amount of damage. And we calculate the stresses and strains on top of these, the subgrade layers, especially rotting, for example, it will be very, the significant. So you don't have to worry about all these equations again. We map these permanent deformations in the, the background. And if you look into this, the chart here again on the left, you can see that the grain cart and modular type of, the vehicles have the actually highest damage compared to, the others. And we quantify these, the damages. And then we look into the service life of an infrastructure system. Let's say you design a road for 20 years. So we can actually tell you that if this grain cart, makes, for example, 10 passes in your roads, what does that mean in terms of the remaining service life, okay? And or like remaining service interval, since we never abandon roads. And then, we got questions during the course of our project. It was not in the main focus, but what does that mean in terms of like the dollar equivalency of it, okay? So they want to know how much money that they need to spend to bring their road into the original condition, let's say like after one or certain number of passes of these kinds of, the damaging vehicles. So we came up with a definition, road damage associated, the cost, RDHC. And, this actually helped you significantly to understand per kilometer, per unit, how much money that you actually need to, spend to bring it back to the original condition. It's a great, the tool for you to understand, again, the relative damage caused by these, the vehicles. So that's part of the, again, life cycle cost analysis that we conducted as part of the, this study. So as you can see here again, several different types of vehicles have been considered as part of this, evaluation. And again, all the definitions provided by the U.S. Federal Highway Administration, and comprehensive, again, documentation of the implements of husbandry and superloads that these roads, they experience. And again, we try to document this damage in the most mechanistic means, which means we're utilizing mathematical equations, the latest knowledge and understanding of geotechnical and pavement engineering, so that we can actually understand the true impact caused on these, the damage on these, by these vehicles. And again, if you look at it there, grain cart type of, the single axle, very heavily loaded vehicles, and modular type, the vehicles carrying significant amount of, the loads, they are actually, they are the most damaging one. And we convert everything back into the standard, the Class 9 18-wheeler truck, so that people can easily understand when we present this data to the decision makers, hey, one pass of this vehicle is equivalent to so many passes of a, the legally loaded, the truck. So we try to make this tool run in real time, and that's a challenge. We are actually making tens of thousands of runs. If you want to do like a Monte Carlo type of a simulation, that requires about 1 million, the scenarios. We are taking the advantage of the latest developments in artificial intelligence and all that to make these predictions. And as you can see in the horizontal axis, it shows us, the mathematical tools that we use to understand the stresses, strains, and deformations caused by these vehicles. And then we are able to actually mimic the same solutions with the use of, the AI. So talking about artificial intelligence, and I don't know how visible it is, but this article that you're seeing here, it just came out yesterday. And one of the Nobel, laureates, now the winners, is the picture that you see on the right side is actually a British Canadian. He's with University of Toronto. He's known as the godfather of, artificial intelligence. And that's what I was doing for my PhD study at University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign in late 90s and early 2000s. And my study was funded by actually Federal Aviation Administration, Center of Excellence for Airfield Pavement Research. And it was very revolutionary at the time, and everyone was looking at me when I go to large transportation meetings like Transportation Research Board in Washington, D.C. As you know, like pre-COVID, they had attendance all the way up to like 17,000 people or so. I'm sure many people were looking at me like an alien at late 90s talking about AI in pavement engineering. So, but actually, these kinds of tools significantly help us to develop more comprehensive, the solutions and, the real-time predictions of the understanding what kind of damage that these vehicles are actually causing. And again, you don't have to worry about all those, the advanced models. They run in the behind the scenes, and then, when you provide your input parameters, it will just tell you, what the predicted damage is or how much money that you need to, to spend to bring your road into that original, the conditions. These are just some of the sub-steps that you go through to understand stresses, strains, and deformations caused by these kinds of, the vehicles. So we've developed these, again, numerical investigations to understand, the damage, like, for example, permanent deformations. And you've heard, the earlier speakers from, having the proper crown and all that. But if you have a vehicle like a single axle grain cart, as I was just saying, I did my PhD to document the the damage caused by wide-body new generation aircraft in late 90s. It was like Boeing 777, for example. But believe it or not, one pass of that grain cart, even on a, airfield pavement system, causes more damage a fully loaded, the Boeing 777, because it's a single axle loading. So there are more loads on that grain cart per wheel than a fully loaded, the airfield pavement systems. And a typical, commercial airfield pavement system for that kind of, the loadings is going to be, like 60 centimeter and much, higher. So concrete we're talking about, and we're not building these roads that kind of thicknesses, right? So those are the challenges that we are, facing. And again, as part of this rule, we developed a road damage associated cost. And then, we develop a number of, again, AI-based surrogate models that mimic the solutions of the advanced numerical, investigations. So we don't just use theory. We want to validate, what we are actually calculating. Hey, if you make one pass with this kind of, the heavily loaded super loads, and you're going to get this much stress, strain, or damage, we want to verify that with actually instrumenting these roads with the strain gauges, temperature probes, pressure gauges, and all that. So we want to validate it. So this was actually a very comprehensive, study. And you can see in these images that we're using state-of-the-art, the sensor systems, data loggers, and all that to collect continuous and real-time, the data. Like we use the best of the moisture probes, okay? Suction and temperature and, the strain and stress measurements. And then we validated our numerical solutions by placing these, the sensors at different depths, at different, the offsets, right on the wheel pad and different, the distances. And as you can see, we actually spent a lot of time digging these kinds of trenches with the wonderful assistance from our county engineers and county staff. And then we place these data acquisition systems. And then, they are actually very robust. They can actually withstand, the high winds and very severe conditions, freezing, thawing, and all that. And then, as noted in these, the slides, we actually documented that what we are calculating with advanced numerical algorithms do match with what we're actually seeing in the field. And how much damage, are we seeing during these, the repeated traffic mechanical loadings, plus environmental loadings, the freezing and thawing and the precipitation and all that. So we validated these results, and as shown in these, the images, like for example, when that fully loaded, the semi make a pass, we actually validated our, the results. And then as you can see, when the vehicle is passing, that's when you see the, the results are actually peaking, whether that's strain or stress, other type of deformations. And very similarly, again, these kinds of, the grain cars and other type of implements of husbandry. So it was a very extensive, the study documenting all of this. And, the in situ results from these weigh-in motion stations, where we capture the actual tire pressures and stresses of all those vehicles, validated our, the numerical, the investigations. And we were able to, to incorporate it into the tool that we developed. And again, as I just mentioned, so that what you see on the right-hand side is just a screenshot of the, the tool, road infrastructure, the, superloads, the assessment tool, RISAT. And then, and we map these solutions again with the latest innovations like artificial intelligence. It actually covers both, all types of pavements, whether it's asphalt, concrete, or unpaved roads. From this conference perspective, I'm just mostly focusing on the, the granular road perspective. And then, you go through these, the steps, you provide your input parameters, what type of traffic that you have, design guide and all that. And then what type of, the superloads that you have. If you have wind turbines, a lot of wind farms, if you have a lot of agricultural activities, you can actually select your traffic from this available, the superload category, and then it will show you the damage and do the calculations, accordingly. And again, it's Microsoft Excel based, and from the end user perspective, everything has been done behind the scenes, to actually show you the calculations. Do you mind if you just click on it? There's actually a video file. It should just play here. Do we get any sound out of it? Anyways, this actually just, they say that it's a 4-minute long video file. It just like walks you through the steps of, how this is done. And,
next, we have the opportunity to choose the type of superload. The tool offers 2 categories: implement of husbandry and super heavy load. Under the implement of husbandry category, we have 4 different types of vehicles. And under super heavy load, there are 3 types. For this demonstration, we'll select one of the superload types, specifically the agricultural trailer from the implement of husbandry category. Once we make our selection, the tool will prompt us with a series of questions regarding granular layer and subgrade. If we select yes, the tool will move on to the next step. If we select no, the tool will ask whether we'd like to use the proposed recommended values. After addressing this, the next set of questions will cover the loading configuration and traffic information. Similarly, if we select yes, we proceed. If we choose no, the tool will again ask whether we prefer to use the recommended values. Following this, we'll be asked to provide additional information for the project, including the project name, county name, project number, and construction year. Once all these details are filled in, we'll launch the tool.
My apologies if the numbers are not large enough, but that's just a screenshot.
At this stage, an Excel sheet will open, allowing us to input specific data related to the pavement's structural properties, water content, and superload characteristics. Additionally, we have the option to select the specific season. Next, we'll input additional items such as the superload travel year, annual average daily truck traffic, ODD, number of lanes, length of the road section, treatment cost, and discount rate. Finally, we'll click the buttons to calculate rutting damage ratio and calculate road damage associated cost. The tool will then provide results that include the number of load repetitions to failure, damage ratio, road damage cost, and service life reduction. The road damage cost will be displayed in US dollars, and the service life reduction will be expressed in days. And there you have it, a comprehensive demonstration of the RISA tool.
So it does that economic analysis, as I just mentioned, and it's a significant factor, obviously, in your decision making. So anyways, I can move on here, but it's a very comprehensive tool and help you with all these, to see the aspect of it. So I was told that like 40 minutes, but by the time I get going, it was like 28 minutes or so. So maybe, okay, I'll just, continue from here. So overall, this tool again covers 38 types of superloads. Again, this is the most comprehensive study covering like all types of, the implements of husbandry and other heavy vehicles actually operating on our road infrastructure system. And then it specifically, again, considers the damage caused on all types of roads, concrete, asphalt, and, the unpaved roads. Again, from this, presentation purpose, I'm just covering the portion related to granular roads, such as, for example, rutting. And again, it uses artificial intelligence-based surrogate models, considering the latest developments in geotechnical and, the pavement engineering. And what we've shown is that, as I just mentioned earlier, grain cart type, single axle, very heavy loadings, and modular type, that's the one that you saw like with several axles on it, covering like carrying very large, the payloads like, the generator engines and all that for large scale energy production. And then, it shows you the results. And then what this tool shows is actually that, it's not like you cannot operate that kind of very heavy vehicles on your loads. They become particularly very damaging when they are fully loaded or sometimes like actually overloaded. So if they actually operate about like 50% loading, and then they will not cause actually that extreme, the damage. So in one particular case, we've demonstrated that one pass of that, the grain cart type of an equipment, even for a, the asphalt pavement, is more than 4,000 times, the damaging than a legally loaded 18-wheeler semi. It just shows again how damaging that they can be. 4,000 trucks per day, by the way, if that's the total, you will make that, like a 10-inch, the 25-centimeter concrete road with that kind of a, the vehicle. So, and again, this right set tool, it will actually give you the calculations for structural damages and road damage associated costs so that you can actually see what kind of a reduction that you're going to see in your, design life, okay? And, well, I greatly appreciate, again, you, inviting me to be part of this program. Here is my contact information. If you have any questions or anything that I can help with, please feel free to drop me an email or give me a call. So, thank you. I greatly enjoyed this event.
Thank you, Dr. Ceylan. Any questions for? No questions? All right, well, thank you. We have one more presentation before lunch. I'm delighted to have Tim Smith join us from the Cement Association of Canada, where he's a Senior Technical Director, Specifications and Infrastructure. Tim is a technical expert on concrete pavements, roller compacted concrete pavement, engineered soils, and brownfield remediation. Roads through full depth reclamation, soil stabilization, and cement treated bases. Oh, there you are.
Thank you very much. Water up. I think I better put it there so it doesn't fall, just in case. Thank you. So as you can see, my topic today will be on engineered soils. So what I'm going to review is what our engineered soils are, and that's cement modified soils, cement treated bases, and full depth reclamation with cement. I'm also going to review a little bit about what the University of Waterloo did in some research. And then I have a summary slide on everything. And in the back, I actually have a technical resources that you can go to. I've given you the URL so you can download the information for free if you want to learn any more on the various topics. So first thing is what are engineered soils? When you're looking at cement-based products, we're looking at this area here where we have soil cement, you have cement stabilized subgrades, and we have full depth reclamation with cement. So it's this area here. There's, of course, there's roller compacted concrete, conventional concrete, up in this part. So it's an area that we're using a lot less cement than we are when we're looking at roller compacted concrete and when we're looking at conventional concrete we see here. And there, finally changed. So when we're looking at this in the pavement structure, it's looking at this side, the subgrade area and the base area. So these are two areas that we're focusing on when we're looking at what we can do to improve the base of your pavement structure. So the first one that we want to look at is the cement modified soils, and that's just taking your subgrade material, we're adding a little bit of cement to it, and then we're adding the water to it. And what that does, it changes the properties of that soil. So it changes the plasticity index, it dries it out, gives you a good working platform for your roadway that you're working with. Cement stabilized subgrades is just adding a little bit more cement, and that actually strengthens the area so that when you're doing your pavement design, you can actually take that into consideration and thin up your asphalt pavement structure. The next one is cement treated bases. That's another thing where you can actually stabilize the granular material itself. I'll go over an example on doing that. And then finally, looking at full depth reclamation of an asphalt pavement. When you have a deteriorated asphalt pavement, there's a process that you can actually reclaim that material there. You add cement in the process. There's a foamed asphalt process, which you add about 1 to 1.5% cement into it. Or there's actually a straight cement process that actually gives you a much stronger working platform when you use straight cement. So the definitions, when I'm talking about stabilization, here I'm talking strictly you're changing the characteristics of that soil so it actually can be used in your roadway structure. How many people here know about the excess soil management that you have to deal with now? Everybody. That is something that in this process, if you actually can use the material within the roadway structure itself, you don't have to deal with that. So that's an area where you can actually save by trying to utilize that material in place so that you don't have to haul it away, because once you haul it away, you've got a whole lot of process that you have to go through, track that material into its very end site. So what's the difference between a conventional concrete then, as we see here, and a soil-based material? What happens is When you have concrete, you actually get a complete coverage of the paste around the aggregates. So it gives you a very strong, hard mass. But when we're looking at the stabilized soil, you don't get a complete bond around all the soil. You get some partial bonds. And I'll go through the process that happens actually when you get involved with the clay. So let's take a look at the cement modified soils first. So as I mentioned earlier, what we're trying to do is improve the characteristics of that soil so that it actually becomes a material that you can work with and not have to remove. And you're doing that by adding a little bit of cement into the process. You want to look at the plasticity index and change that. If you have clays, you definitely want to reduce the changes that you'll get in the volume changes when you get water mixed in with your clay, so you're certainly going to be looking at that. You're looking at a wet strength, and you're looking at other aspects here as well, compactability. There's a number of things that you want to be looking at. And you're talking about, and I say hydraulic road binder, and really a hydraulic road binder is either a cement, or you can have a cement kiln dust, or you can have a blended cement with fly ash or slag mixed in with it, which will actually be really good if you have a situation where you have sulfate soils that you're dealing with. So you're trying to change these before situations to these after situations, giving yourself a good working platform, changing the characteristics of that material so that you can actually utilize it and not haul it away. Now, the one thing about the difference between a hydraulic road binder and using straight line, hydraulic road binders give you a permanent change. You're not going to have something that will break down over time. You actually have that permanent change, and you increase the strength of that working platform for your roadway. And this is the reason why you have 4 things occur. The first one we're looking at is the cation exchange, and what you're doing is you're driving the dipolar water molecules away through the addition of your calcium in the process, and it actually shrinks your clay up. So you decrease that water layer. Also, most clays have a horizontal layer to them. When you add this cement and you combine it together with the material, you'd actually change the position of those. You flocculate that material, agglomerate it into a mass, so it decreases that area again of the clay. So you're making the clay denser by adding that. Another thing you have is you actually have some hydration occurring. You're not going to get a complete bond as we see here, but you're going to get a partial bond. That partial bond will increase the strength of that clay so that you can change the resilient modulus of your subgrade, which will help you in your pavement design. Another thing that will happen over time is you get the pozzolandic reaction too. So not all the cement's going to be hydrated at first, but over time that will continue to gain strength. So you will actually have an increase in the structural strength of that subgrade area over time. So what is how fast do things happen? Well, your particle restructuring happens immediately. Within a few hours, you're going to have that flocculation occurring, the agglomeration of the material, you're going to have that cation exchange. So those things, the swelling will be decreased in your clay. You're going to have your hydration of your cement's going to occur within a day to a month. It will happen over a period of time because, again, all depends on how much water is available to hydrate that cement in the mix. Then the pozzolandic reaction occurs over months and years. So you will continue to gain strength over time as long as there's some unhydrated cement in the mix. So what are the benefits then? When you're doing it, you're looking at a small addition of cement actually changes those properties so that you can have a better working platform. You're going to get yourself out of water, so you're not going to have an issue with having to deal with your water. You're strengthening that area so that it will give you some long-term resistance. So what's the construction process then? This is actually an area that's been used quite a bit in the wind farmed areas. How many people have wind farms in your areas? Okay, this is a very common process that they'll do. And I'll go through the whole construction process. But what they do is they review the area to see what type of soils you have. They're going to look at the preparation of it, etc. So I thought I might as well just, whoops, that was weird. Wow. Pressed it once and it, sorry about that. I don't know what happened. We're going backwards. So that's what I wanted to do first. First thing you do is you remove the topsoil. You want to get rid of the inorganics, because what happens is the inorganics will actually increase the amount of cement that you're going to require in your mix. So that'll be a deleterious material, so you want to get rid of the topsoil. Oops. Then you're going to rip that area. Now the reclamation equipment can actually go down between 300 and 350 millimeters, so that's 12 to 14 inches. It can go down to 16 inches, but as my good friend Sal, who's with Clark Construction, has done a lot of these jobs, when you get down to the 16 inches side, you start getting an issue with the mixing at the bottom of your pavement structure. So once you've ripped the area up, you're then going to pre-wet it, because cement requires water to hydrate it. So you're going to pre-wet the area. Then you're going to spread your cement on top of it. Now that can be done in a powder like this, or it can be done in a liquid form. And then after you spread the cement, you then add more water. You then use your stabilization equipment, and this is the equipment right back here. As it moves along, you'll have a sheep's foot roller back behind it, compacting it. So you have your material. This is actually stabilizing the material down to about 14 inches. So you're giving your pavement structure a lot of additional strength by doing this. And then you got your sheep's foot roller that's done to do your initial compaction. You then grade the area to smooth it out. And then you use your final compaction is done with a 10-ton roller. So that gives you your brand new subgrade. That's a weather-resistant subgrade that's going to allow you to have a really good working platform for your roadway. Now, in the wind farms, what they would do is then put 6 to 8 inches of gravel on top of this, and then that was handled all the types of wind farm equipment. There'd be the ready-mix trucks delivering the material. It would be the, I don't know how many axles there are, but when they're bringing in the blades for the windmills and the parts for the windmills, those all can take that additional strength. And the reason why is because they've given a lot of strength to that subgrade to stabilize it so that they could thin up the granular layers that they had to put on it. Now, cement stabilized subgrade is basically the same thing, except for you're adding a bit more cement. So if you're at 5 to 6, you might be at 7 to 8% cement, and what you're trying to do is increase that subgrade strength even more so that you can potentially thin up that pavement structure more. And you're looking for a target, target value of around 0.7 to 2.1 MPa strength of uncompressor strength that you're getting from doing this. And I've only got 2 slides on this, so I won't go very much technical on this, but basically if you've got designing for 5 million easels for your roadway, you actually have to develop a structural number for your asphalt pavement structure. So if we're looking at this one here, to give the 5 million easels, and we only had a 20 MPa strength for your subgrade. So because of that, you're going to require 625 millimeters of granular over 150 of granular A over 150 of the asphalt. So if you can increase that strength to your subgrade, that changes. So using the same software, if I increase that 20 to 40 MPa, what I've done now, look at my structural number, it's reduced substantially, and I can reduce my granular layer from the 625 down to 350 by going with a stabilized subgrade. So there is an advantage of doing that when you're doing your analysis, and I know there's at least one engineer that was sitting at my table. So this is something that you can do when you're looking at, if you're a consulting firm, you're looking at doing your asphalt pavement design. And you want to utilize that material that's in your roadway. You don't want to haul away and have excess soil management. then that actually can help you identify a better pavement structure, a thinner pavement structure. Now you can look at the thickness of the asphalt. I could have done that too, but sometimes you require a certain amount of asphalt because of the type of loads that you're dealing with. But that's another thing that you can look at potentially, is decreasing that asphalt layer thickness. So cement treated base is another thing that we can look at. So this is performed on a wide variety of materials. It can be your granular A, granular B material. When we start talking about full depth reclamation of asphalts, this is another thing where you're adding the cement in that as well. So what's the purpose of it? It provides a stronger working platform for your asphalt layer, your concrete pavements as well. When you're doing an airport, a lot of times they'll use a lean concrete base or a cement treated base underneath the concrete. It'll also help you with your environmental conditions. Your material is usually, now there's two ways to produce a cement treated base. One is in place, so you're mixing that material in place. Because of that, if you mix down into the subgrade layer, you're going to get some deleterious material into that aggregate. So you'll require a bit more cement in the process. If it's dug up, mixed in a pug mill and put back, you actually have less cement because you have less deleterious material that you'd be dealing with. So there's two different approaches to do it. The pug mill will have to be on site so that you don't have that issue of excess soil management as well. So that's something that's done sometimes. Now here you're shooting for a much higher strength of your 2.1 to 5.5 NPA strength. So you're getting a really good strong base to allow your either a chip seal to be placed on that or your asphalt layer to be placed on that. So you're getting a much better pavement structure so you can handle a lot more truck traffic. So what are some of the possible soil issues that you might deal with? First of all, inorganics will actually contaminate your area, and you'll have to have more cement put in your mix. So you have to understand and analyze what soils you're dealing with to know the amount of cement content that's going to be required. Acid soils is another thing that you have to deal with. Sulfite soils, the key thing there is you just want to use sulfate resistant cement, or you're adding some supplementary cementing materials into that mix to ensure that you can deal with the sulfate soils. Uniform sands are hard to stabilize, so you actually have to bump up the amount of cement content by probably about 2%. So it's a little bit more expensive to stabilize sands than it is a uniform sand than a non-uniform sand. That's just because of the shape of the particles. So what are the benefits? You're going to have a cost benefit of not having to haul that material away. You can utilize the material that's in place, stabilize it, improve the strength of that pavement structure. It allows you for the thinner pavement structure, because the calculations I showed you earlier be the same thing here. If you actually have a stronger layer and you can use a stronger coefficient layer for your granular material, you can actually decrease your pavement structure again. So it's something to think about, especially decreasing that asphalt layer or your chip seal. Chip seal wouldn't decrease that, but an asphalt layer you could. It's an in situ also. Now another key thing that it does is it changes the way the loading is carried in your pavement. With an asphalt pavement structure or bituminous pavement structure, you get basically a point load on your structure. But as you stiffen up the pavement structure underneath the layer of chip seal or asphalt, your load now becomes similar to a concrete, where you spread that load out over a larger area. So again, you're increasing that strength of that pavement structure. Another thing that you do is you reduce the moisture susceptibility of your pavement structure, because if you have a non-stabilized area that isn't quite as dense, your moisture can migrate up into the structure a lot easier and weaken your pavement structure. And here with asphalt, of course, or chip seal, your granular structure is extremely important to that strength of that structure. So if you can decrease the susceptibility to moisture, you can actually improve the performance of the pavement, especially in the springtime. Construction methodology is very similar to that that we went over with the subgrade. Same thing where you've got to look at what you have, you've got to analyze those aggregates, see what type of deleterious materials you might have mixed in with them, and determine what cement content would be required. You then do a check for soft areas. If you proof roll, trucks are a great way of doing it. If you run a loaded truck over top of the soil area and it deforms, you know you've got an issue that you may actually have to either stabilize that area or remove that area. And then you do have some excess soil management that you're dealing with. So there's mixed in place, as I mentioned before, versus the using a pug mill. A pug mill decreases the amount of cement required, but it also requires you to dig it up and handle it twice. So it might be cheaper to do it in place than using a pug mill. What areas can be stabilized? Low volume roads, residential streets, rural roads, arterial highways. There's really no limit to what it can be used for. Just really any pavement structure. A good example of this would be the cement treated base would be underneath all 400 series highways in Ontario. They require an open graded drainage layer. So this is basically just stabilizing the granular material by adding the cement into it. And this is just a picture of it being placed. So let's move on to full depth reclamation. How am I doing for time? 19 minutes. Okay. So with the full depth reclamation, this is basically taking an asphalt pavement that is in poor condition and rejuvenating that pavement structure, and then actually putting either a chip seal back on top or an asphalt on top of that. It allows you to, and this is the mixing process here, you'll see that there is a cement that is entered into here, and it's mixed in with the granular material, so that you can then increase the strength of this pavement structure by having that asphalt. And even if you're using the foamed asphalt, they will actually use 1 to 1.5 cement mix of cement in the mix to break the emulsion to help you get on the traffic earlier. So it's very useful even in the foamed asphalt side. So one thing, you're not going to be able to address something like this. This is an area that you're not going to do the full depth reclamation. Here you might actually have to do some subgrade stabilization first, because you have a very bad issue with water here. And you might have some drainage ditch. I see the ditches aren't very good, so you probably have some ditching that you'll have to do, and you either have to remove this soil or you're going to have to stabilize this first before you can use the full depth reclamation process. Oops. So what are the advantages? Using the in-place material is a key one. Little to no material hauled off and dumped, and I say little to no material because if you have some height restrictions that you have to deal with, and you're going to put a layer of asphalt over top of it, and you've got an overpass, you got to remember that you got to go down far enough so that you have that height for your overpass, so that you don't have trucks hitting that. So there might be some cases where you have to windrow the material over to the side and use it on the shoulder side. Maintains or improves the grade. It conserves your virgin material again, so you're being a very environmentally friendly process. Also increases the rigidity of the amount of loading that you can take, and you see here where they're doing the process, they've actually went through and repped that up to now mixing the material here. And in the end, you're going to end up with a roadway like this. So again, as in with the aggregate stabilization, you get the same thing when you do a stabilization of the asphalt, reclaimed asphalt. Again, you're going to increase the amount of loading that this can take, and you're going to spread that load over wider areas, so it's not such a point load, which means you're going to actually be able to take greater loads, or the loads that are being taken on are doing less damage to that pavement structure. And same thing again, when we're looking at the moisture susceptibility, because you increase the density of this and you decrease the moisture susceptibility, you're actually getting a more all-weather pavement structure that you can deal with. So what are some of the key things that you need to think of when you're doing this? Ensure you stabilize beyond the edge of the pavement. One of the things when Nova Scotia, when they were doing some of this, they were only stabilizing right up to the white line, and they got a crack right along here because when people drive over the edge, it would just snap, so to speak. So you just have to ensure that you stabilize out the full width to ensure that you've got a good stabilization and prevent any potential maintenance issues there. Drainage is extremely important. If you've got a situation like this, you want to do your ditching. Drainage has been said a number of times by people. It's extremely important, and any pavement structure, whether it's asphalt, concrete, chip seal, gravel road, drainage is extremely important to keep that water out from underneath the pavement. Another thing that you want to look at is patching. If you have some damage that does occur because you didn't do some remediation before, you do want to do some patching. And if you don't go through and do microcracking of the surface or put a layer of granite material over top of that, you may get some shrinkage cracks developing, and those shrinkage cracks will have to be maintained. So you have to route and seal those to ensure that you don't get water into your pavement structure. So there's just a couple of things, but microcracking actually prevents the requirement for that. So what are the stages that you have to do then? First thing you want to do is you got to determine the thickness of the layer that you're going to be dealing with. So you're going to understand how thick is my asphalt, how thick is my granular layers underneath, and where's my subgrade. So you want to do some investigation to see what you're dealing with with your roadway. And this is just easily done by doing your coring and then checking the depths. Then you've got laboratory tests. You want to take that material that you're collecting and do some tests. You want to do a sieve analysis to determine what your composition of your granular material is. How much do I have passing the 200 sieve to see where I might have some issues? You want to check your Atterberg limits. You want to check your moisture density, because you're trying to do a moisture density curve in the design at the top portion of the curve. So that'll help you in knowing how much cement's required, how much water is required. You'll also be able to find out if you have a water table issue, and if you need to deal with that. So this is kind of the step process that you go through. You take your asphalt pavement structure, you then pulverize it down to 12 to 14 inches. And I say remove here because this remove is extremely important if you have an issue with your grade and you have overpasses that you're going to have to make sure that you don't hit with your trucks. So you might have to remove some of that material. And this is the case where you're putting your new material on top. So your steps are to pulverize, you then add your cement content, you mix it all together, and then your curing. It is, again, it's a cement-based product, so you're going to want that moisture there to hydrate the cement, so you're going to have to do some curing of that material. And then you're going to do what I say microcracking of the surface to ensure you don't get those big shrinkage cracks occurring. You're putting the microcrack all across the surface itself, so it's not going to give you the large cracks, and it's not going to affect the strength of your base material that you've placed. And then you're going to do your final surface, whether that's a chip seal or an asphalt layer. That's the whole process. So when you're pulverizing, you're actually going to look at what type of mix do I have, what do I have passing the 200 and 100 sieve, what's past the 95 and the 55. Then I'm going to look at the cement spreading, again, just like we did on the subgrade one that we discussed. You spread the cement on top of the pulverized mix, and that can either be done with straight the powder or can be done in the liquid form, as you see here. You then have your blending machine again, your machine that's going to Mix everything together. You're pulverizing. You're going to go through the sheep's foot roller again to do your initial compaction. Then you're going to grade that material out to the level that you're looking for. And then you're going to do your final compaction with the 10-ton roller that's right there. Because, as I said, it is a cementitious product, there's two ways of curing it. You do the water cure, or you can use an emulsion, cut back emulsion to hold that moisture in there to prevent that from getting out. Traffic, your light traffic actually can go, once you've completed the process, your light traffic should be able to drive on it very quickly. Unless you have a situation where you have maybe your foamed asphalt, if it hasn't set up quick, then you don't want any deformation of that surface, so you'll have to wait a little bit longer. And that's why they put the 1 and 1.5% cement in to break that emulsion. Or if you just use straight cement, it's much easier. You don't have the same waiting period. Surface, again, the surface can be a chip seal. The good thing about chip seal, if you do get some shrinkage cracks that do develop, chip seal is self-healing. So when you place a chip seal, if you get the shrinkage cracks developing, in the summertime, the chip seal will actually seal those cracks up. So it's beneficial on that side. Now, asphalt certainly wouldn't seal those up if you've got a thin asphalt layer over top of it, but the chip seal will. So what are the limits, a summary of the time limits? From beginning of compaction, you've got 45 minutes after the FDR ingredients are mixed together on the roadway. No material should be left uncompacted more than 60 minutes. All compaction operations completed within 2 hours, and all base construction operations completed in 4 hours. That's just to ensure that you get a good product. The testing that you can do, you test for your gradation, you test for moisture and density. There's also thickness that if you've got that in your specification, you can do the thickness testing, you can do stiffness testing. And this is always a good, cheap way. You have a loaded truck, drive over top of it to see how stable it is before you do the finishing. As I mentioned, microcracking is a really good way of preventing any shrinkage cracks developing. It's usually done within 48 to 72 hours, so that because it is a small amount of cement that's in the mix, it will shrink over a period of time, but it won't happen really quick like a conventional concrete, which has a much higher amount of cement content in it. So this actually allows the cracks to develop here so that you will not get any shrinkage cracks. So it makes it easier for the chip seal, the asphalt overlay that you're going to do on it. So you get the surface like this. Another option, instead of doing that, and that was done in the Niagara on the Lake job, which I have a few slides on. It was, they used, what was it? It was a 50 millimeter of granular, yeah, 50 millimeters of granular was placed over it. Then the chip seal was done after that. And again, what that does, it acts as a layer to prevent any reflective cracks up into your chip seal. So University of Waterloo, in the process, they actually, wow. Touch it once and it goes crazy. Sorry about this. So the University of Waterloo has been involved in testing of some of the subgrade areas and some of the chip work that's been done on base stabilization. So what they've done is again, they call it hydraulic road binders, but it's been really cement that was used. And they developed characteristics for the hydraulic road binders. They did calibration performances. They did falling weight deflectometer testing on it to see what strength gain they had on it. And this is the one I talked about, Niagara on the Lake. This was one of the ones they did some research on, and there was a paper written on this for TAC. It was 5% cement being used. There was a 50 millimeter separation layer in it, and then Neurojon Contracting came back and did a chip seal layer over the top of it. This was placed in 2016 or 17, so 7 to 8 years ago, and after 8 years, it's performing extremely well. This is a dead end area, but it has a lot of truck traffic on it, and it's performed extremely well. You don't have any issues with dusting at all because it's been stabilized, so there's no dusting issue, and it has a chip seal layer over on it anyway, so it's performed extremely well. They then did some additional investigations on the sites, and just an example, I want to show this to you. I talked about changing the strength of the subgrade. A 20 MPa was what was originally in some of the areas. They've actually increased the strength, the stiffness, up to 240, 300 by the addition of the cement in the analysis. So a huge increase in the subgrade strength by adding the cement in this, what they found from the research. So just to review then, what are the 4 different things that you can look at? You can look at cement modified soils, cement stabilized soils, you've got cement treated bases and full depth reclamation with cement. And each one of these has a different level of cement content that is required and gives you different strengths of your subgrade, so that you can look at that and utilizing that in your road pavement designs. So the conclusions, engineered soils is just another tool in your toolkit to look at to improve your subgrade strength. Something that if you're into the excess soil management and you don't want to haul something away, you've got some soil that is out of spec compared to what OPSS specs would say, then this is a good option for you to take a look at to do an in-place stabilization so that you can utilize those materials and don't have any issues with excess soil management. So on that note, this is my new office that they gave me. They told me at my age I was taking too many washroom breaks, so they decided that they'd let me have a new office. So thank you very much. In the back of this, as I mentioned, there's an appendix that talks about the soil stabilization of subgrades. There's a full depth reclamation one as well. There's Portland limestone cement document that you might want to take a look at, the soil cement handbook. And this document here, which I gave the URL, it has a lot of this information with links to all the information that you can download for free. So any questions? And if it's one on the construction side, I actually have my good buddy Sal from Car Construction. He'll be able to answer any questions on the construction side or the cost side. Oh, I finished early. Great. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tim.
Welcome. Thank you.
Hoping for our appreciation. Thank you. Thanks, Tim. We're going to break for lunch. Our lunch today is supplied by Lafarge and Clark Construction. Our exhibitors will be out there to my left. They'll be out there waiting to talk to you, and we're going to be back here at 1 o'clock. All right? Good. Thanks, guys.